Okay. Can people hear you, Kimberly?
I hope so. Everybody give me a thumbs up.
Okay, yeah, okay, there's
Awesome.
a heads up. Okay. You guys, this is Kimberly. She's my earth angel in so many ways. She's behind the scenes helping all of this happen. She's running the meeting right now, and I'll just introduce you a little bit more in a second, but I just wanted to say welcome to the deep dive. This is my very first deep dive workshop. I'm so excited because this mimics a little bit what we do in the, we used to call it teachers training, but now we're just calling it, the online virtual advanced study program. So this is going to be a first. And so what I'd like to do is to guide everybody through a somatic movement flow. The somatic movement flows so you can just embody the experience. So it's just, maximum self-care, just enjoy feeling your body and just keep enjoying the movements. And then afterwards, I'll be going through each somatic movement flow. And that's when you can have your journal, your pen, you can ask questions so that you can customize. I can help you customize the movements for your body, or if you're a yoga teacher or a yoga therapist, you can ask questions how to modify for the demographic that you teach. Then we'll be taking a nice break actually, which I think will be good. Get some fresh air, maybe do some integration movements, put on some music, dance, go for a walk, wiggle on the floor. And then we'll come back and I'll do a PowerPoint presentation. So I can go a little bit into the philosophy, the method, the neuroscience. Some people want to hear more about that. It's just short, it's like 20 minutes. And then I'll guide you through another class and we'll repeat the cycle. But I'm not going to be repeating any of the somatic movement flows. I thought originally I was going to do like upper body one class and lower body the other class. And then my intuition was like, no, it's important to address the whole body. So there's going to be a mixture of things in both classes. And then during what I call the learning laboratories, that's when you guys can ask questions. I'll be able to see you. So you can, well, Kimberly, would you like to take off from here and just let people know kind of the housekeeping rules?
Yes, and I'm going to answer a question from Andrea that I did in the chat. You can all see it, that yes, you get 4.5 hours of CEUs. So if you need any proof, just let me know. My email is kimberly@gentlesomatiCyoga.com, and that way I can get you a CEU certificate if you do need that. Other than that, raise your hand if you need to ask a question, and I can call on you in the chat, or you can just put your question in chat. As you can see, there is a lot of people on here. So we may not be able to get to every single person's question, and we try to keep it to questions that are very important to the classes, such as if you're experiencing pain, if you need a modification, things like that. You can just put it in the chat and I'll be monitoring that. And if you can keep yourselves muted, that would be awesome too, so I don't have to keep going through muting people. Other than that, let's enjoy this amazing class today.
Thank you, Kimberly. So did anybody see the full moon last night? I think we're just right. Oh my gosh, it was huge, just sparkling here. I have trees in the backyard, big trees, and it was coming and creating all these like rainbows in the backyard. It was just incredible. So illuminate the body within, that's the theme for this class, and it's perfect because, we experience stress the moment we're conceived in the womb of our mother. So our body is a map to all of our life experiences. And oftentimes when we experience stress, that gets stored in our body subconsciously as a reflex to protect ourselves and also to survive and ultimately to thrive. So what happens is there's parts of the brain that just that aren't turned on. And that's the part where we have voluntary control of our muscles. So anytime we're stiff, we experience pain or posture misalignments, it's because we've lost contact temporarily with our physiology. So illuminate our body from within means we're going to be shining the light onto our subconscious. We're going to be using our awareness. We're going to be bringing up memory, and so that we can turn on parts of our brain that will bring us back into voluntary control. So what that means is if your shoulders are tense, you can actually tell your muscles relax. And that's what we want. We want to be able to have choice points instead of reacting to discomfort and not having any choice points around that, then we can actually have more freedom in our body once that part of the brain is turned on. So I'll explain more about that in a little bit, but I wanted to share how I chose the name is because our consciousness is going to be like a spotlight to the temporary amnesia we've been experiencing. And then that leads to what I call somatic awakening. So I'm going to sit up and come to the floor. We're going to begin in a seated position. I'm going to change my view so I can see myself. There we go.
And while James is doing that, if all of you have it in gallery view and don't know how to switch it to just seeing James, there's a little view button at the top of your screen that you can change to speaker view if you just want to see James.
All right. All right. So right from the start, we're just going to invite the brain to learn something new. And to do that, then we shift nervous systems into parasympathetic. So if you'd like to join me, close your eyes and just notice how your body feels from the inside out. So this is different than thinking. It's more sensing. And you can use all of your senses, but particularly awareness of internal felt sensation. I can share with you some of the things that I'm feeling right now as I breathe. My ribs are lifting on the inhale and descending on the exhale. So that's definitely a sensation. My feet are a little cold and I can feel the places where my body's touching the floor. So these are the sort of things in your own soma. What do you notice right now? Just take an inner inventory. What's the quality of your experience? Does your body feel alive? Does it feel tired? Does it feel light? Does it feel heavy? No judgment. Just turning on that inner spotlight, your consciousness, and allow this to be like a snapshot so that we can, again, look at the end of this class and then also at the end of the day. So together, let's take a cleansing breath in through the nose and exhale through the mouth. Audible sound. Just letting the body settle down towards the earth. Together as a collective soma, inhale. Just soften the shoulders, soften the face, the jaw, the belly, the hips. One more time, deep breath in, slow, deep breath. Take extra sips of air at the top, hold the breath for just a short time. And then soften, relax. And let's just become fully present in the now moment, eyes closed. Just settling in, choosing to be here together. And this is the perfect time to set our intentions, your own personal intention. What would you like to experience today? Which parts of yourself would you like to have illuminated? What parts of yourself would you like to become more conscious of? More free? Just set that right now. I like to set my intentions as affirmations. So this is what it sounds like for me. Thank you in advance for all the beautiful energies that we'll all receive today. Thank you for the support and the love and the connection. Thank you for the integration. Thank you for the parts of myself that can return back that I might have left behind. So that's what it sounds like, is just thanking in advance for what you want to experience. And then gently blink your eyes open. And we're going to begin with a somatic movement flow called the rainbow. And so I'm going to come off. I was sitting on a bolster. It's easier for me to sit on the floor. You're also welcome to sit on a chair. A lot of these somatic movement flows can be modified for the chair easily. So the main hallmark in gentle somatic yoga is called appendiculation. Now, appendiculation is a very normal, natural thing that humans and animals do. And what it is basically loading muscles, engaging muscles, and then slowly releasing muscles back to a resting point. So if you have a cat or a dog or an animal, you can see after they wake up from a nap, they're bringing their muscles in and they're extending out, just like we do when we're sleeping. We get up and we yawn. So what this does is it prepares the body for movement. And in gentle somatic yoga, I've taken the art of pendiculation and brought it to a whole nother level. So you're going to experience that with the rainbow. So bringing your left hand to the floor, extend your right arm up and over as if you're tracing a rainbow. The head comes down, neck relaxes. And so just for a little while, just explore the space that you're sitting in and become curious. Like, what can you discover right now about your body? What does it feel like? Is it sore? Is it stiff? Is it open? And just use your gosh, I want to say intuition. Make this into an intuitive movement, an organic movement. Move in a way that feels good to your body. Just explore the space in front, to the sides, and above, moving slow and smooth, and just make it your own movement. What does your body feel like? Okay, now we're going to create a pendiculation. So wherever you're at with your arm, I'm going to invite you to pause. And now hug the muscles in. Bring your arm and your shoulder and your chest. Just hug the muscles in. Start loading the muscles. Engage the muscles wherever you can. And now mindfully, softly release those muscles and fold forward. Never pushing past pain or strain, but eventually release the muscles of the neck. Release all the muscles you can, actually. And then continue the movement. Continue sweeping, exploring. Sometimes the head is up, sometimes the head is down. Tilt the hips. And let's find another spot wherever you're at. Just hold that body shape. Hug the muscles in, engage the muscles in your core. And now mindfully choosing to softly release the engagement of those muscles by leaning forward, and eventually release as many muscle groups as you can and let go. And one more time, pick it up. If your eyes aren't closed, explore that. Just notice if you feel a difference of awareness with the eyes closed. Just kind of search with your consciousness. Be aware of how the bones change shapes as the arm continues to explore the space. Wherever you're at, pause, hold, and create a pendiculation. Hug your muscles in. Squeeze, hug the muscles towards the bones, and slowly melt wherever you're at, and eventually release all muscular effort. Pause. And then coming out, and let's do the other side. So the right hand and or elbow can come to the floor. And I'll be encouraging you to just enjoy the movement. Just move in a way that feels nourishing, slow and smooth. What part of your body do you want to highlight? You know, oftentimes when I'm seeing clients in person, I talk about that we can abandon ourselves sometimes. When we're experiencing stress, we temporarily we just kind of leave ourselves behind because we might feel unsafe. And so in this practice, we get to bring those parts back. So I don't know if that made sense, but I'll continue talking about it maybe during the learning laboratory. So freeze frame, hold whatever body position you're at, hug and squeeze, and then fold forward and release all muscular effort. And again, explore maybe even behind you, spiraling the spine. You can tuck the pelvis. Just get creative. Hold, pause, hug the muscles in towards the midline, the somatic center, and then slowly come forward and witness the muscles melting, releasing, and eventually letting go. It's really important. Continue. It's really important to keep that witness, be the observer. And this is called interoception, where you can become aware of the internal felt sensation. It's an art. And this will increase our intuition and it will help us make better choice points for ourselves in everyday life. So then hold again, whatever body shape you're in, bring the muscles in, squeeze, hug, and melt. Slow and smooth, and rest. And then gently curling up one vertebrae at a time. Place your hands, palms facing up on back of the knees. Take a cleansing breath. Just settling in. Close your eyes. And what do you notice? Has the experience, the quality of your awareness, has it changed? And gently open your eyes. Beautiful. Kimberly, can you mute yourself, please? The next somatic movement flow is called somatic seated twist. But if your legs have been crossed, then please extend. There's my dog, Leela. Extend the legs and point and flex the feet. And circle the ankles. And then come back to a comfortable seated position. Feel free to use props if this is uncomfortable and you're straining to be sitting up. Feel free to use something to just stay comfortable. Like this is an example of how I'm using my bolster. Also, you can extend one leg if that's more comfortable for you, because in this next somatic movement flow, we're going to be twisting. Okay, so please, if you're fighting any position, then the brain is not going to learn as well because it feels like it's in danger. So really important to keep comfortable. So I'm going to reverse on the position of my legs. So for this one, this somatic movement flows to help bring mobility to the spine and bring flexibility more to the back, to the back. So place the left hand on the right knee. Place your hand behind you. Sit up nice and tall, shoulders away from the ears, and extend the neck. So lift your head towards the ceiling and just begin twisting to the right. And notice how the muscles in the back body are starting to load up, starting to engage. And in this position, then look over your right shoulder Without strain, open your eyes and put an imaginary dot on the floor or the wall or piece of furniture. And then just remember that spot. And then keep your hands where they are, but unwind with the torso and roll your shoulders forward, tuck the pelvis, chin to chest, and release the muscles of the back body. Pause. And then coming out, tilt the pelvis first like a bowl and tilt it forward, and then stack the vertebrae one by one, and then twist spiral, shoulders away from the ears. And now mindfully hug the right shoulder blade back towards the spine. It's not so important what happens with the head and neck at this point. Mostly focus on the torso. Squeeze the left shoulder blade back. And now mindfully disengage. Hands stay where they are. You can close your eyes, keep your focus inward, tuck the pelvis, create a nice large C shape with the back body, and rest. Again, push the pelvis forward, lifting nice and tall, shoulders down, but also back. Focus on the left shoulder blade. Can you hug your left shoulder blade back? Extend up through the neck, nice long neck. Hold, and then release. Gentle Somatic Yoga, we don't focus on the breath all that much, but it isn't because there's so many instructions, but it's important to keep it just natural. Of course, cleansing breath is nice too. So we're going to change up the instructions. This time as you lift, bring the head over towards the left. The right shoulder blade is still squeezing back, but the head is in a different position now. Both shoulder blades back, hold, and release. And as you release, bring your head over to the right shoulder. Tuck that right shoulder in towards the belly. And again, lift, torso twists to the right, head looks to the left, both shoulders away from the ears. Hug the muscles of the back body, pause, and then unwind. All right, I think that's enough for this side. So come up one vertebrae at a time, and let's do the post check. Twist to the right, and just notice if your range of motion has increased. And mine has quite nicely, and that means that the muscles of the back body have lengthened. That's why we're able to have more flexibility. So let's do the other side. If you want to change the position of your feet and legs if you're cross-legged. So the brain turns on the parts of the brain that I was talking about that we want to illuminate. It's through these choice points. It's through becoming aware that something has shifted, and that's part of how we bring back that voluntary control. So right hand on left knee, left hand behind. Sit up nice and tall, shoulders away from the ears. Twist safely to the left. Put an imaginary dot on the wall or the floor or piece of furniture. Hold, keep the hands where they are, and then just slowly unwind, tucking the pelvis under, chin to chest, creating length in the back body. You can even engage the core muscles in front, and then tilt the pelvis forward, slow and smooth. Twist to the left. Bring your left shoulder blade mindfully back towards the spine. Feel the strength of your back muscles, and then unwind, chin to chest. Large C shape in the back body. Tilt the pelvis. Release the muscles of the neck. And then again, lifting, stacking, spiraling. Just visualizing this beautiful spiral that the vertebrae are doing in the discs. And release. Bring both shoulder blades forward to broaden the back and the shoulders. And this time as we lift, look over to the right shoulder blade hugs back towards the spine. Open the heart, breathe, and then release. This is also like an undulation. This is so great for the spine and the nervous system and our posture. Tilting the pelvis forward, lifting up. looking over the right shoulder without strain, left shoulder blade back, right shoulder blade back, and unwind. For anybody that sits a lot at the computer like I do, this is such a great way to flush out the toxins that are stored in those tight muscles. And coming up, and then let's do the post check. Look over the left shoulder, and did you increase your range of motion? And come out of this. Beautiful, everyone. And let's just take a pause for a moment. Soma scan, palms facing up, close the eyes, take a deep breath in, inhale. Exhale. Turn off the thinking brain, release the instructions. Scan your body. Illuminate the internal felt sensations. What do you notice? Become still, quiet. One of the things that I noticed right now is this kind of effervescence starting to happen. I can feel like a little bit of tingling and some heat. From here, since we did a lot of twisting, I'd like to do something with flexion and extension for the spine. I think most people can do this. It's arch and flatten in this, what I call the boat pose. So placing your hands, if you can, on your shins. I suppose you could also keep your hands on your hamstrings if you want. And let's just begin by lifting forward, leading with the heart, shoulders away from the ears, and then release chin to chest, creating that nice C shape in the back body again. So always moving in a way that feels good. This is just for some integration after doing a lot of twisting and sitting. And just a couple more. While we do movements like this can actually help hydrate the discs in between the vertebrae. And that's a good thing. We want to have more padding between our discs. And this is one way to be to help assist that. All right, and I'll come back to center. The next somatic movement flow is going to be for the legs and for the pelvis and the knees. If you like to walk or hike like I do, this is just a really great way to release the muscles all the way down to the ankles. So I'm going to turn a little bit so you can see me. Now, some people, this may be uncomfortable. So if you're not able to do this, then please modify again. It would be totally fine to bring your leg out because we're going to work with the right leg first. So this is fine. Also, you could sit on something if you felt like you needed a little extra support. But the right knee is forward, and if you can, then the left foot comes back. Also, you could place something underneath your knee like this. Okay, those are all options. So let's do a pre-check first by look down at the right knee and just lift the right knee up towards the chest. And just look at that knee, and is this easy? Is it difficult? Is there bumps or staccato clicking? And then just notice that. Just notice what it's like to lift and lower. And then also then bring your knee up and look at the distance between your knee and your chest. Okay, so that's the pre-check. I'm going to guide you through something called self-pendiculation. So self-pendiculation is you lift your knee and you, with your left hand on the inside of the knee, just apply feather-light pressure. So your knee is pressing up into your hand is pressing into the knee. And what that does is, can you feel the engagement of the inner thigh coming all the way down into the groin? So sitting nice and tall, shoulders relaxed, face relaxed, press into your hand presses into the knee gently. Now keep the same force with the hand and arm, but consciously choose to release the muscles of the leg, slow and smooth, and then release all muscular effort. Very important. And then let's try it again. Lift the knee, apply a little bit of pressure with that top hand, close your eyes, keep your focus inside, and mindfully watch and witness the muscles of the right leg releasing until you get to your full range of motion, then you stop pushing. Release, and we'll just do this one more time. Lift the knee, press, feel the muscles of the leg engaging. Now you're resisting, the leg is resisting the touch, but at the same time, it's also letting go. So just take your time and eventually then release all muscular effort. And then place your hand underneath the knee and press down with the knee and up with the hand just for a second. So push in both directions. That's called a lock-in, and release. All right, and now let's explore the post check of that leg. Is it easier to lift and lower? I can definitely lift mine more towards the chest, so see if that has changed as well. Oh yeah, definitely. So what we've just done is reset the length of the muscles in a resting position, otherwise known as flexibility. So let's do the other side. Again, take your time and please find whatever you need to be as comfortable as you can. Left foot is near the right thigh, right foot is behind you, if you can, and then let's go ahead and lift and lower the left leg. And you're just observing, you're just noticing what's the information. Like I noticed for me, it's a little bit strained. I can feel tightness. It's not necessarily super easy for me to do this movement. A little bit of discomfort, I think, on the outside, the TFL muscle perhaps, or the piriformis, I'm not sure. But anyways, and then bring your knee and then look down and see the distance between your knee and your chest. Okay, so let's do some self-pendiculation. Lift the knee, apply feather-like pressure, close your eyes, and feel that muscle, the muscles engaging of the left leg. And now slowly choose to resist with the left leg and also release at the same time. At some point, let go of all muscular effort as best you can, including your upper body. Just slouch. And then again, lift up, close the eyes, mindfully apply a little bit of pressure. Close your eyes. Where do you notice this? Keep your attention on the muscles that are engaging and disengaging. And release. Okay, so that's a pendiculation. One more time. So build a load into those muscles of the left leg. Gently press with the right hand. Keep your inner gaze. Witness and watch as the muscles lengthen and then eventually release, let go. Okay, and then post check. Oh yeah, wow. So how is it going in your body? Like, this is so much easier now. There's a lot less effort to lift and lower my leg. I'm hoping that you guys feel the same way. Notice the distance between the knee and the chest. Has that changed? And I hope that it did for you guys. And let's bring the legs out and shake out the legs. You'll be able to ask all the questions you want when we're finished with this class. So let's just continue to just embody these movements, connecting the dots. All right. And now let's bend the right knee if you can and the left leg. We're going to come into a different position. Look at the left leg. The left foot is behind you. Right knee is in front. Right foot is near the thigh if you can. And now lift and lower the left leg. What does that feel like? Is it easy? Is it difficult? Is it painful? And if it is, then of course, back off with the movement. And then notice the distance between your knee and the floor. This is the pre-check. The brain learns through contrast. and then come down, and we're going to do the same thing. Just apply feather light pressure. First, lift the leg. Can you feel the muscles on the outside of the leg, and even into the glute? Can you feel them firing up? Apply feather light pressure with the top hand. The muscles resist to the left leg, but they also give in. You don't have to apply very much pressure, just a little bit. And it just helps us connect a little bit more with the brain to muscle connection. And now release, let go. And that's one of the things we're doing in general somatic yoga. Do it again, another repetition, is that we are reprogramming the brain to muscle connection through these pendiculation. And release. Bringing back those choice points. The muscles are releasing right now. One more time, and it's not through stretching. Bring your knee into your hand into your knee, sit up nice and tall. Check out your breath. Make sure you're not holding any secret tension in the jaw or the wrists, and release. And then just explore, is there any new freedom in the movement of the left leg? Wow. That was quite extreme for me. Even though we're not attached to the outcome of these movements, it's definitely awesome to witness how there's just more mobility and flexibility. Like my leg is much further away from the floor, so that was really a nice movement for my body to experience. I hope it was for you. Let's do the other side. Bending the left knee, left foot near the right thigh, right foot behind you. Sitting up nice and tall, the hand and the arm is like a kickstand, and just explore the movement of the right leg. And just ask yourself, like, just sense and feel, like, which muscles can you feel differently from the movement we did earlier? Can you feel the line of energy coming right down into the hamstrings, the glutes, piriformis? And then notice the distance between the floor and the knee. And coming down, and let's do the self-pendiculation. So lift the right knee, apply feather-like pressure, hold, close your eyes, embody the movement, and then consciously, mindfully choose to resist, but also let go of the muscles as the right hand presses down, and release. Let the body slouch. And again, lift the leg. Another thing that we're looking for in these pendiculations, if there's any staccato or jerking, see what you can do to smooth out. If that's happening for you, you might want to slow down. Also, you might want to do a micro movement. So for example, as I'm coming down, if there was any skips or jumps, then I might want to lift my knee back into my hand to see if I could get in touch of how I could change that, how I can smooth that out. So that's a choice point in all these movements to do some micro movements, or it's also called the feathering technique. Release. And you know what? I think I forgot the lockdown on the other side. So let's lock this one down. Put your fingers underneath the knee, press down with the knee and up with the hand at the same time. It's like a tug of war, and release. And just notice then if there's been any change. Whoa. Wow. I have some big hills. It's actually a mountain really close to my house, and I've been walking and sometimes running up the hills, and I can tell that my legs are so happy to be able to release that muscular tension. And notice the distance between the floor and the knee, and release, bring the legs out and shake it out. If you want to maybe do some light tapping, bring a light fist or a cup. Let's just enliven the fascia, the connective tissue, just waking up the muscles and the fascia. Make sure to get the glutes. And since we didn't do the lock-in on the other side, let's see, what was it? It was this. Bring the left knee forward, the right knee back, and let's do a lock in with this leg. So the hand wraps around the knee, press down and lift up at the same time, and release. And that's also called reciprocal inhibition. And I'll explain that more, why we do lock-ins with the practice of general somatic yoga. Okay, so finally, let's do a body scan lying down, a soma scan. We've been sitting, and now we can release the muscles of the back body, extend the legs, arms by your side, adjust your clothes. You can be comfortable. Let the ankles flop open. Maybe roll the head side to side. Take some cleansing breaths. Inhale. Exhale. Release all of the instructions. Turn on that inner searchlight, just like a full moon. Just allow your awareness to just highlight your body from within. What do you notice on the level of sensation? Just allow the energy to move and flow. Just imagine your body is like a river of light. Sometimes I like to imagine a divine white light connecting and healing from the inside, prana. And all we need to do is to just let the personality, just set it aside for now and just enjoy your energy body, the essence of your presence expressed through sensation. Before we transition, creating an affirmation silently: physical body, correct, neutral, energy flowing. Physical body, correct, neutral, energy flowing. Okay, and then blink your eyes open and bend your knees, feet hip width apart. We're just going to do a few repetitions of this next somatic movement flow called beads on a necklace. So if you bring your feet hip width apart, arms by your side, palms facing down for now, or just kind of like inward, internally rotate, but release the arms. And tip the hips forward so that you're arching your lower back, being careful to not compress the discs, like just become aware, just move safely in your own body. I'll move this hand away so you might be able to see better. So there's a bridge shape with the lower back. And then mindfully flatten the back, tilt the hips, and engage the ribs coming down towards the hips. Pause. So now the lower spine, the lumbar spine is long. And again, tip the hips mindfully, begin arching the lower back. Feel how the bones are connecting with the floor. Hold, pause, and then reverse. Tilt the pelvis and massage the lower back on the floor. Really press the belly button down to lengthen the lower spine. Okay, so last time, arch, pause, just get in touch with the muscles surrounding the lower back, and then flatten the back. And this time, press down through the feet and lift the hips off the floor, but only to the first ribs. So now the back is nice and long. The lower spine is lengthened, engaging the muscles of the quadricep. And now consciously, can you place one vertebrae down on the floor one at a time? So just take your time. This is a game of awareness. Imagine each spine each vertebrae as it touches the floor, it turns on like a light, like a Christmas light. Arch your lower back gently. And let's do it again. So slowly and mindfully press the lower back on the floor and peel one vertebrae off the floor one at a time, keeping the neck nice and long. The head actually and neck move, pause. We're only lifting up to the first ribs. And then slowly and smoothly placing one vertebrae down at a time. And then arch. This time we're going to move up higher. So intentionally flattening, lengthening the spine as we peel each vertebrae up off the floor. And now how about we lift a little bit higher to the point right behind the heart. Keep letting the head slide back, chin to chest. And now again, consciously, you have to tilt the pelvis on the way down. So tilt the pelvis forward towards the chin. And then mindfully set the back down and arch the back. If you're coming down in chunks or pieces, this might be a good time to practice micro movements. So feel free to go back and forth. If there's a part of the back that just isn't, that feels numb or jumpy, like skipping, then feel free to do some little movements. This is so good for the muscles of the muscles surrounding each vertebra. A lot of us carry so much tension in this part of our body. So let's illuminate this part of our body by making conscious movements. This next round, this time we're going to lift a little higher. So come up comfortably into this bridge pose. Let the head scoot back. The neck is nice and long. This time externally rotate the palms. Let's pause here for a moment and press the shoulders gently down into the floor. Can you feel the muscles and the upper back engaging? Now mindfully internally rotate the arms and just spread your upper back and bring one vertebrae down at a time. And the arms roll in, thumbs touch the floor, arch the back, and bring the shoulders in towards the chest. And then release the shoulders, start lifting the back off the floor, arms externally rotate, make sure that the neck is relaxed, pause, make contact with the muscles, the upper back and shoulders, and then consciously disengage, coming down one vertebrae at a time. What do you need to do in your body to change shapes so that you can articulate each vertebra? One last time, arch and flatten and lengthen and open. I forget how many muscles attach to each vertebrae, but there's a lot on each side. I think there's like 5 to 8 different ways the muscles connect. So just enjoy opening, releasing tension, discovering different parts of our back that we may not have felt for a long time. It's not very often that we get to do this fine tune of movement. And for integration, please bring your knees to your chest. Oh, wow, I just felt an adjustment deep into my sacrum. Bring the knees into a small circle. Relax the face. Let the head move as well, if it wants to. And reverse directions. And then extend the legs. Adjust your clothes. Cleansing breath, inhale. Maybe roll the head left and right just to make sure you're not Keeping any tension in the neck, just really softening, allowing gravity to bring us closer to the earth, becoming witness consciousness. What do you feel from the inside out? The prana knows exactly what to do to connect, to heal, to align. And from more of this alpha brainwave, we just witness and just allow that deep healing to happen naturally. Release all the instructions and enjoy the benefits of your efforts. The body unwinds. And then open your eyes. I forgot to do the pre and post check. But with this one, I don't know if you've noticed, I can definitely notice that my lower back is closer to the floor, which means my muscles have released, which feels really good. I hope you guys feel that too. So let's roll over to the side and let the head be last. Extend the leg, press up through the hand. And let's just sit together briefly. I always like to transition mindfully before going into the next flow when we're transitioning from the floor to sitting. So just notice if the quality of your experience has changed. Do you feel softer? Do you feel more receptive? Do you have contact with more of yourself right now as compared to when we started? I can definitely feel in my body kind of like a letting go, and it feels good. All right. If it's okay with you guys, I'd like to continue just for a couple more SMFs. We're going to take a little break so you can use the restroom and get some water. We're almost to, for me, it's 10 o'clock, but I'd like to do just a couple of more. If you'd like to join me, this is called the Somatic Child's Pose. And this is going to be different than a typical child's pose. If you've ever done it before in Hatha yoga, it's going to be in this position. So you may want to put something underneath your knees and or your ankles. If your feet get fatigued or if they're in spasm in this position, you can roll up a blanket and place your ankles on top of a blanket, for example, or a towel. And then also you can, if this is not easy on your knees, you can bring your knees onto something soft. Okay, so that's an option for you if you need that. We're not going to be here long. If this is not an easy position for you, you can go back to that boat pose that I did at the beginning with the arch and flatten. Remember when we sat on our butt and we held on to our shins? That would be an equivalent of something like this. So let's see, I want to turn so you can face me. Sorry, you're going to see my butt a little bit. Let's see, I want you to see my position. Yeah. All right. You're going to see my butt. I better pull up my pants. So the big toes touch and the knees are a little bit wider than hip width hip width distance apart. Hands are directly underneath the shoulders. So from here, I would like to invite you to engage the muscles. So press down with your fingers, creating like suction cups. Let your head down. Bring your core muscles in towards the midline. Engage the quadriceps, engage the hamstrings and the butt. And now slowly, mindfully start disengaging the muscles as you come as your butt comes down towards your heels. Soften mindfully, slowly, and then releasing all muscular effort. If your head doesn't touch the floor, you're welcome to stack your fists and rest your forehead on the back of your hands. But most importantly, just whatever you can do, just release all muscular effort. And let's come up again. Okay, so that's what makes it different is we're hugging the muscles in, we're engaging like we did with the rainbow. Remember when we kind of freeze frame and we hug the muscles in? Same thing. So big toes touching, ready, energize. Energize the quadriceps, the hamstrings, the glutes, the arms. Just squeeze the muscles in and keep part of this contraction, but at the same time, mindfully releasing some of it moment by moment, just anticipating that time where all the muscles are just going to soften and release. Letting go. And again, last time coming up, if anybody would like to join me in an Om, it's a very sacred mantra, sounds almost like a bee. Hold some of your breath because I'm going to invite you at the very end to create some sound and then massage the head either on the hands or the floor. So again, let's engage mindfully. Engage as many muscle groups as you can safely. Take a deep breath in. And as you Om, sit back. Maybe even another Om. I didn't reach the floor with that one. Inhale. And release. Surrender to gravity. Feel free to turn your head to one side, or if you'd like to bring your arms by your side, that's an option. And letting go. And gently coming back up. And one last somatic movement flow. This is called body yawn. So I'm going to invite you one more time. You might want to watch me actually demonstrate this one. It's involving a twist. Let's see, what position can I be in? There's so much light coming through these windows. Let's see. Just trying to see what the best light is. Well, let's see. Yeah, I'll go this way. Okay, so I'll demonstrate quickly. Of course, we're not going to move quickly. One arm is above the head. So in this case, I'm going to choose my left arm above the head comfortably, and then crossing my legs. So whatever top leg is on top, that means we're going to go this direction. So this is what it looks like. You're going to come down with the knees and then pause. Come down with the knees and pause. Come down with the knees and pause. You can feel the muscles engaging and still holding, and then slowly melting the legs until they want to stop naturally. Then extend the top arm if you can, if it doesn't hurt your shoulder, and extend and reach, and then release, let go of that muscular contraction, and then bring your knees up by engaging your core muscles. Okay, so that's what it looks like. So there's 1, 2, 3, pause, reach, and then release, pause, and then bring the knees back up. You want to try? So let's go ahead and we'll continue with this one. So lie on your back with your feet hip width distance apart. I'm kind of curious, maybe we could do a pre-check. Should we come into, let's come into a twist with the knees to the right and just notice where you're at before doing the somatic movement flow. So look at your knees. What does your body feel like? Is it easy? Is it stiff? Again, no judgment, just have that be our pre-check. And then bring the knees up, cross the left leg over the right leg so that the knees are touching. Left leg over the right leg, knees are touching. If you have stress in the shoulder, then you can still do the reach, but maybe the reach is down by your side. So that's another option as a tip. Okay, so let's go ahead and engage the muscles of the legs and the lower back. So come down to the right and pause. Come down to the right and pause. What do you notice internally? Coming to the right and pause, hold it there. Hug your muscles towards the bones. And then consciously choose to release until your body stops naturally. And then extend the left arm, turn the head to the left, pause. Mindful release, bend the left elbow, bring your head to center, engage your core muscles and lift the knees towards the ceiling and rest. Let's do it again. We're just going to do this twice. Bring the knees over, pause, close the eyes. Bring the knees over, pause. What do you feel? Again, bring the knees over, pause, and then release all muscular effort without pain or strain. Extend the left arm, head turns on the floor, engage the muscles of the shoulder and the upper back. Release those muscles, bend the knee and bring the knee back up, the knees back up. Unhook the knees. And I'm curious to know, coming into a twist to the right, do you feel any different in your body? And then bring the knees back up. Let's change sides. So right leg over the left arm by your side, right arm with the elbow bent by your side, palms facing up, and bring the knees down to the left, pause. Bring the knees down to the left and pause. And down to the left and pause. Keep hugging your muscles in, keep them engaged, and now consciously let go of the muscles of the leg and the back. Extend your right arm, turning the head on the floor. Engage the muscles of the right shoulder blade, maybe making a fist, and then bending the elbow, release. Engage your core muscles, lift the knees. Again, bring the legs down to the left, pause. Close your eyes, relax the jaw. Relax as many muscle groups as you can and just focus on the ones that are needed for the movement. Release all muscular effort. Extend the right arm, reach, engage the muscles of the upper back. Release, bend the right elbow and lift the knees safely back up. Forgot to do the post check on this side, or the pre-check. So unwind the legs. How about we do one arch and flattens? Bring the hands behind the head. Arch the lower back, arch the neck a little bit, press the elbows down gently. The back muscles are engaging. And now intentionally disengage, chin to chest, elbows together, coming into a mindful sit-up. Bring the lower ribs down towards the hips. Release the neck muscles by just letting your hands hold your head and mindfully coming down. Let's engage the muscles of the back body. Tip the pelvis, arch the lower back, extend through the head, press the elbows down and the shoulder blades come towards the spine. Pause. And then mindfully release. Start lengthening the lower spine. Release the muscles of the back body. Press the belly button towards the floor so you can make the lower back nice and long. Hold the head. Lower ribs come down towards the hips. And release. Extend the legs, extend the arms. This is our final Soma scan. Let the muscles dissolve. Any tension, just soften, release. Just allow your breath to come in. Gentle waves, feelings of peace and well-being. Just taking these precious moments to allow your body to just unwind on really deep levels, just letting go. What do you notice on the level of internal felt sensation? Can you feel the places of your body, for example, that are touching the ground? And then what about the spaces on the back body that are not touching the ground, like behind the wrists, behind the knees, behind the ankles, behind the neck? Can you discover sensation there? Just let the lips even separate so the jaw can relax. Last few moments. Just take this inner snapshot of how you feel right now. And then wiggle the toes and the fingers. And just begin to engage your muscles mindfully, squeezing and hugging, being spontaneous, bringing some life back in through contracting and releasing. Maybe lifting the arms above the head and eventually rolling on one side into a fetal position. And then pressing your top hand into the floor, extend the top leg and help yourself back up. We'll just finish together in a comfortable seated position. Palms facing up. Close your eyes. I just find for me in the practice of general somatic yoga, it's in these body scans where there's this full whole body integration. I don't know about you, but I just feel like more of my true self as I let go of my armoring and I don't know, just the places where I just hold on, I don't even know. So if that's true for you, just take in these last moments and just thank the body, the blood, the DNA, the bones, the organs, the skin. And then let's finish together by bringing the hands to the floor, fingers touching, and then together lifting, inhale. Keep the shoulders down as the arms lift. Take extra sips of air at the top. And then bringing the arms down, floating through our auric field, widening our aura. Imagine we can touch the earth, Gaia. And again, inhale together. Imagine we can reach the galactic center with our fingers, acknowledging the light of the stars. Allow some of that to come into our body, into our energy field as the arms float down, grounding into the earth. Relax. And then last time, let's bring in some fresh prana on the inhale. Reach, open, expand. And allow the energy to come down like a river of light through the spine, down to the earth. Bringing hands to heart center. Just continuing that inner gaze. The mantra that I use a lot is thank you, I love you. Thank you, I love you. Thank you, I love you. Bringing that message into all the cells, all the tissue. And thank you to you guys, sending love and peace. Namaste. Whew. Okay, so we went a little bit farther than I thought. I just felt like I wanted to do a little more movement. So this is a time to take a short break. If you need to use the restroom, grab some water, grab your notebook and pen if you want to take some notes. So let's meet back here in 5 minutes, which for me will be 20 after 10. So we'll see you in just a little bit. This is nice. I've never used second computer before, but this is really great. Diane from Southern Bliss is here too. Okay, there's still some people too, you know, that it's just, it's this practice is so amazing. I didn't realize I was carrying so much tension in my lower back, and it just feels like I've created some new movement in there. It just feels like, wow, like something was frozen. It was in, I think, the beads on a necklace, something changed. So I'll just wait a couple more minutes. So this is a time where you guys can ask questions. I want to support you in your practice. So this is a great time to interact. I'm going to review each somatic movement flow. So we might as well begin.
There was one question, James, about what is feathering.
Yeah. Feathering. Okay. It's okay. This is, I'm on the fence of whether I'm going to combine what I used to call the feathering technique as separate than the micro movements. So for example, at the beginning, we were in the somatic seated twist. So if I'm turning up and there's some discomfort in my back and I'm locating it somewhere behind, I can feel that there's some tension. A feathering technique could be to just change my body shape, the angle in which I'm coming. I'm trying to locate where whatever part of the sum I want to highlight. And so I'm going to create an intuitive movement to make access with that part of my body through small movements. So feathering technique would be like kiss the edge and move away, kiss the edge and move away. And you can also, so that's the feathering technique. Micro movements, you can kiss the edge and then change the vector or change the angle within that movement. So like the shoulder can come up and down, the shoulder can move forward and back, and then we come back to neutral. So that's what I mean is it's just the feathering as you're coming in and you're going out, and then you can change the angle, or you can create circles. Like I could have easily created a circle with that back shoulder, for example. And then making sure not to aggravate the body. You don't want to do it more than 15, 20 seconds. And then of course, in general somatic yoga, as you've seen, super important to at some point release all muscular effort. Otherwise, the muscles can stay engaged, and we want them, of course, to be turned off by choice. Hope everybody's back. Okay, so I'm hoping, and there's a lot of yoga teachers here in the audience, because I want to keep inspiring you, if you teach movement classes, to bring in pendiculations into any of the poses, any of the yoga asanas. So I used to teach the rainbow just by sweeping, because this is like a nice integrative movement. It's nice to warm up the body at first. And so if you notice, like, it's just nice to be able to just really make contact. Just when I say hug the muscles towards the bones, it means the insertion and then the origin of the muscle. Can you shorten them? And it's not super strong. It's like I would say maybe firm, gentle, firm. And, as we're moving, it's just really awesome to challenge the brain to be like, how do I do that? How do I hold this position and then hug my muscles in towards the midline? The midline it runs through the center of the body. And then also we call this the somatic center, where the third and second chakra is. So as you're moving with this, when you're moving in the rainbow, then you're just asking yourself to create these creative shapes and then hug the muscles in, load as many muscles as you can and sense and feel. And then the pendiculation is the slow, mindful release. You're not releasing everything right at the beginning, because that would be easy to do as well. So you're kind of holding on, but you're releasing, holding on, releasing, holding on, releasing, and then. And I don't know about you, but so a lot of people have what I call secret tension. Secret tension to me means that there's parts of your body that are still holding on, even when you think that you're relaxed. So this is one of those times to really check in with the neck, because it would be very easy to think that this is relaxed, and it's not. This would be. So also we tend to hold in the stomach. I do, and also in the feet and the hands. So really important to let as many muscle groups be completely turned off as you fold forward. So that's, I think, one of the really important highlights for the rainbow. But I wanted to emphasize that it's so great to be able to just let your body be creative, like really awaken the somatic intelligence. Your body knows what to do. It's just giving it permission to move again, So those are some of the things that I really wanted to share, is just that trust, building that trust and that deeper relationship. Because there's muscles there's tissue that don't get used in our bodies because of the patterns of everyday life. We often use the same muscles and the same body shapes day in and day out. And so some tissue, which means connective tissue or the muscles, they're overused. And there's some tissues that are being underused. And so I feel like in this first somatic movement flow, the rainbow, that's what we're doing. We're starting to make contact, with parts of our body that may have been ignored. And so that's something I wanted to share. Are there any questions with this somatic movement flow?
Yeah, there's a couple more that came in. Sandy asks, are you using feathering and micro movement terminology interchangeably?
I have been, yes.
Okay.
I have been, but I think that as of today, I'm just going to choose micro movements, because they are so close. They're almost the same thing. Feathering technique is just, it's just more exploring in one angle, and touching the edges and coming away, touching the edges and coming away. But also then we can touch, and then we can change and move in that place, like really honing in. Let's say that I want to hone into this part of my body, then I would just create a movement that I can explore in and out of that space. So yeah, I'm going to make an executive decision and just call them micro movements from now moving forward. That's a great thing about gentle somatic yoga, is I give myself permission to keep evolving all the time. So thank you for the question.
And the next question from Andrea, is there an order to turn off muscles?
God, that's a great question. I want to say yes. It's really exciting when you can break the muscles down into parts and pieces. So for example, when we were doing the beads on a necklace, like that's an example of how you can just really consciously choose to release certain muscles at a time. The brain loves that. That's how we turn on the sensory motor cortex part of the brain, is when we can really differentiate between the smallest muscles letting go. And it takes time. Not everybody's going to know what that is at first, but over time you can really just feel all the tiny muscle groups. They work together. So it's hard to say, you know, turning each muscle off, because other muscles are engaging when other muscles are releasing. But yes, in your own practice, or if you're a teacher, then you want to just see if you can make small movements targeted for a specific anatomical focus, and then open up from there.
Okay, and Bonnie asks, can you demonstrate the rainbow on a chair?
Yeah, sure. I want to make sure to kind of go back to the beginning. Also, I realized that I skipped the meditation, which I feel like is a hallmark for general somatic yoga. So after this, I want to go back and talk about that as well. Okay.
I have one more question after this one too.
Okay. Okay, so a chair, this is spinning, so this is probably not the most ideal chair. It'd be better if it was stable. This is my office chair. So it would look like this, right? You're just exploring. Maybe your hand is on the edge somewhere and you're just exploring the space. And you remember when I was telling you guys, sometimes the head is up and sometimes the head is down. When I'm teaching classes live, I often just see people's head kind of in this rigid position. So that would be an example of secret tension again. So the cueing is, you know, like really witness the head, the muscles turning on in the neck, muscles turning off in the neck, because so many people have chronic tension in the neck and shoulders, and they don't even know that they're holding their head in the same position. And then the pandiculation would be, so sometimes I call it like freeze frame, hug, and then melt, and maybe bring the hands to the hands on top of the knees for support and release. So my hands are kind of folded as I bend forward. So I hope that was helpful.
Great. And the last question from Priscilla, as a novice, does it matter where your weight is, on your sit bones or further forward?
Oh, I see what you mean, I think. Let's see. So like, for example, sometimes the hip kind of lifts, maybe. I'm guessing that's what the question is. I don't know. I think it's just important in this one because it's it's kind of at the beginning. Well, if you're doing this at home, you can just do this as a standalone movement. But I think more organic movement. In fact, it could be kind of even playful. I never thought about that before, so thank you. It could be nice to just kind of freeze frame, hold, and then as best you can, release and release and release. Oh, that's awesome. So yeah, feel free to let your sit bones come off the floor. Okay, so if you guys feel free to continue, put your questions in the chat, because we do download the questions at the end of the event. And if there's a question that I haven't been able to get to in some way or another, I will answer them. It might be in an email or it might be in another Zoom, I'm not sure. But this is pretty large class, but I want to make sure that I can get to an answer. So can I just talk about at the beginning, because for me, more and more, it's the meditative aspect to general somatic yoga that I think is really unique to this method, the art of interoception, because let's face it, our minds were so geared. I'll speak for myself, like, what's the next thing? I'm constantly responding to like, what's next, what's next, what's next. And the brain is in a beta brainwave and most of the time, which is categorizing and analyzing, and it's just constant. And we have so much information coming in our environment all the time. Our phones are just so many things. So I think it's really important to just honor the soma at the beginning of a practice and just really choose, just commit, be devoted to self, to just give ourselves this time. And then we can change the nervous system to parasympathetic, which is a much more receptive state to turn on the sensory motor cortex, which I'll talk about after the break. So I just wanted to really encourage you guys to just take your time and just witness where you're at before you do any practice. You know, like when I was sitting here at the beginning, I just felt like, I don't know, more of the muscles were kind of like tighter against my ribs, I noticed. Definitely my breath was shallow and kind of quick. I was excited to lead this event. There's a lot of emotion. Even right now, I can feel it just having you guys say yes to come and join me. I feel really humbled that you want to learn and that we could do this practice together. So, you know, these are the things that I'm aware, and it's just so beautiful to honor ourselves every single moment. So starting off with this, some way to ground and connect. And of course, we used the cleansing breath. So I wanted to share that to me is really important. And that helps us tune in and feel from the inside out. And so somatics with an S, somatics, was coined by Thomas Hanna. And it means experiencing the body first person. And so that's also another reason why we start in a body scan. Okay, any questions about that? Okay, so another thing I didn't cover is I just love this position for arch and flatten. I think it's just such a great way. I call this like, it's like a boat pose. I did this at the beginning as well. I think it's nice to honoring the spine, the discs, the vertebrae. I mentioned that this movement can actually hydrate the discs. You know, sometimes people will ask me, you know, how is this practice for osteoporosis, arthritis, bulging discs? And of course, you know, you might want to be doing smaller movements if that's the case, but I still feel strongly that the body needs to move. We're not meant to be in rigid positions. You know, we're meant to be able to move, and it's also the fascia as well. We want the fascia, the connective tissue, to be lubricated. And so that's why I consciously chose at the beginning for everybody to just do this arch and curl at the beginning in this body shape. Okay, I'll just keep talking unless I hear Kimberly come and ask a question. I can hear.
Yeah, I have a couple more that just came in.
Okay.
Carolyn wanted to ask a little bit more about feathering, but I don't see the rest of the questions. So I'll go on to Jennifer's, to Jenny. During meditation and body scans, do you ever cue clients to sense emotions or thoughts, or do you primarily focus on bodily sensations?
Usually bodily sensations, but you know, mostly body. Well, you might have heard me say, what's the quality of your essence? What's the quality? If I start getting into the emotions, then that could kind of like, it could go in a different direction. If I was working with someone one-on-one, I might do that. But what's really interesting, how I chose to create this form, because I'm a psychotherapist, I'm an energy worker, I'm a yoga teacher, is that we don't have to know the story of how our body holds tension. We just have to move in this way, and then the memories get released. So sometimes they will come up, but I don't necessarily need to focus on them, because I just kind of see stress and trauma when we're mindful in this way and we're in a meditative state, that it's almost like water hitting, like soft water hitting like a warm pavement, and then there's kind of steam, and then steam rises. That's how I feel about this practice, that mental stress, emotional stress, traumas, that they naturally leave the body like that. There's actually a name for it in Sanskrit. It's called kalapas. They're subatomic particles. Some people might even call that karma, that get released through practices like this where we're so mindful. So that's why I don't necessarily go into the mental or the emotional state, because it's not necessary. But if you have skills in that area, as a practitioner, then it could be of value. And I have done that before as well. So I hope that made sense.
Okay, and then Heather asks, I have a twofold question about the hip release we did. Personally, I noticed more sensation in my outer hip and glute versus the inner thigh groin area. Outer is a big tension point for me. Is that normal? Secondly, for a student with bad knees who can't bring back leg back, how would you work with the second part of that movement in pendiculation?
Okay. So the first, the answer to that is Heather was saying that she felt more tension on this movement when the muscles of the outer thigh were engaged, and you weren't feeling necessarily so much when the inner thigh was engaged. So I would just say that that's just information, and information is neutral. And it's just observing that and accepting that. I really don't have much more to say about that, because we're just viewing everything in a neutral state. It's just like we're curious. It's like, oh wow, I don't really feel much here, but wow, I feel a lot here. And it's just more of that, just noticing is enough. You know, that there's a difference. So there was a question. The next question is, if a person can't do this in this position, I think with the knee bent, you could use a chair. Oh, I have two ways of doing it. In a chair, you could bring the knee out, press into the hand, and then slowly release, but let the body turn as well. Like let the left hip turn and then release. So this is a way that you could access it if they weren't able to do that on the floor. The only thing is the knee is left dangling here, so you'd have to really do some really good cueing not to go into hyperextension. But you can also do it lying down. Get a pillow. And keep your feet, your ankles together, and apply. As you can see in this position, you can do it the same way. So you're applying pressure up, applying pressure down, engage, 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 but release, 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 and letting go. And then the lock-in can be squeezing your knees together at the very end. And you can still have them check in before and after. You know, you can have them check in by lifting the knee and notice what their range of motion is beginning, and then of course after the pendiculation. So that's a way that you could do those muscle groups, pendiculate those muscle groups.
Okay, awesome. Qigong asks, could you please give me advice for hip rotation causing minor scoliosis?
Say it again.
Could you please give me advice for hip rotation causing minor scoliosis?
Tips?
Mm-hmm. That might be something that goes into more detail than we.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, we did a lot of somatic movement flows today. There's other somatic movement flows that I haven't taught yet. Let me just look at my list for the second part of class. I think the best thing to do is, Kimberly, if you can note the person's email address.
Okay,
and I'll send you a somatic movement flow called Around the Clock, and I'll also send you a handout for. Actually, I think I'll do the QL and low back release in the second part of class. So there's other somatic movement flows that would be able to help you with that question. But
great.
Yeah, I mean the first one, the somatic seated twist. I mean the pelvic bowl is changing shapes, you know. So I think that you're definitely accessing the muscles of the pelvis in the somatic seated twist. Yeah, and also in the body yarn.
Okay, a question from Phyllis. If someone can't sit in Z shape on the floor, how do you do abductors and adductors sitting in a chair where we lift front knee and back knee?
Okay, I just showed
Yeah.
one of
That's kind of the same
those.
thing. Okay.
Yeah. Sitting like this is also an option. If both legs are forward, you could have bolsters underneath your knees or blocks, and you can do some pendiculations like this, having the knees stop with something here. So I already showed for the other one. What else? You can do it sitting in a chair as well. You could also, let's see. Oh, I know. It's laying on the floor, bringing the knee up like this, and then coming down in thirds this way. Really activates safely that part of the body, the inner muscles, and then extend. Looks like we're kind of jumping around, you guys.
A little bit, yeah.
How about we return back to the sequence? So first, I don't know if you guys are writing this down if you want to. First we did the rainbow, and then we did the boat pose, arch and flatten to warm up the spine. And then we did the somatic seated twist. So let's talk about the somatic seated twist. I just love this one. Most people can do it comfortably, easy to do it sitting in a chair, very easy to do it sitting in a chair or on an airplane. I do it when I'm on the airplane, but I just find it so rewarding. The muscles of the back body, I don't know about you guys, but they just feel kind of clenched like bars running down the side of the spine. And there's something for me really satisfying about like feeling the strength of the back body. I don't know about you, but I don't know. I want to say maybe it's numb sometimes. I don't have a lot of contact with all the different parts and pieces. So, you know, sitting in this position, again, the shoulders are away from the ears and the head is lifted. So you're extending the neck. The chin can even be down. At the beginning, the neck and the head are engaged only for the before and after. But after that, it's not important for the neck to be cranked in this twisting position. It's more about keeping the head centered over the chest and exploring how to use the shoulders coming back in different positions. And then of course, then releasing. So all the muscles are engaged and then of course, disengaging. And as we're starting to engage, then the muscles in the front body. I think this is just a fantastic movement to open up really the whole soma, because there's a lot of muscles engaged being involved. Also, I want to note I brought in kind of a new modification, a new enhancement, which is looking over the opposite shoulder. So I don't know if you guys picked that up. At first, we were letting the head move in the same direction as the torso. And then I changed it up at one point and I had the head moving away from the direction of the twist. So the intention for that is just to create little nuances in your practice. Every time you practice gentle somatic yoga, can you change it up just a little bit? Because we don't want to get into just a pattern doing the same thing over and over again. So I could have done a micro movement in this position. I could have just did some like kind of played around with the ribs, and then I could have come down and paused, and release. And in this position, again, I notice a lot of students, they don't even know they're doing it. Their head and neck are still engaged. They're not releasing fully. So always, and if you are you with your live with your students, you can tap the back of the neck, and sure enough, then, oh, they're like, oh, I didn't even know I was doing that. So releasing the muscles of the back body. And here we're engaging a little bit of the abdominal muscles. So are there any questions about that?
I have questions. I'm just trying to follow if they're going to go along with this or not.
Okay, while you're looking, Kimberly, I'm going to share something that Sensory motor amnesia is when we've lost voluntary control of our body. It's when the muscles stay contracted and they're on autopilot. So if there's a muscle group that's chronic for somebody, like in the neck or shoulders, and it gets fatigued, then muscles that are around it, they start getting engaged subconsciously. And so pain kind of starts spreading, stiffness and discomfort starts spreading. So movements like the somatic seated twist is we start making access with all the smaller muscles engaging and disengaging. And that's what I wanted to highlight with this as well, is that changing the angle and the way that you bring your scapula back, for example. So let's see, if I'm twisting to the right, the scapula is going directly back to the shoulder blade, but it can also go down and it can also go up. Can you see all these different positions that when I'm twisting, you can change the angle of how that shoulder blade goes back? And the same with the opposite one as well. It can go straight back, it can go down, or it can go up. So we want to help the brain differentiate all the different muscle groups of the back.
Diane asks if there's contraindications for somatic twist.
Well, I think there could be contraindications for any movement, you know, so let's see, let me see if I can, and let me pause for a second. I really can't think of any right off the top of my head, because like I said, when you're not using the muscles of the neck, then you don't have to be conscious of the discs. And because we're in this arch and flatten as well and releasing muscles, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. With that being said, you guys, in any of the movements, if your body's giving signs of like danger, 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 you know, let that be your guide. You know, let that be your guide to be like, oh, wait a minute, maybe I don't want to twist that far today, because small movements are still very effective. You know, like you could be doing a quarter of the movement and still gaining benefit. So that's true with all the somatic movement flows, is always listening from the inside out. And for example, if you were sore tomorrow, then that would be information. And you're like, oh gosh, maybe I'm not going to do that one today, you know, or maybe I'm just going to visualize the movement and actually not do the full movement. But in this one, I can't think anything right off the top of my head. And for those of you that are out there that you can think of a contraindication, maybe you can type it in the chat and I'll respond to that.
I do have two questions. When you were talking about lock-in, two people actually asked about it.
Okay.
So Andrea asked to talk more about the lock-in, but Chris asked if the lock-in is the same for every pose and why is that, if so?
Okay. This is kind of fun for me. It's a little bit difficult to explain, but let's just say, okay, so the lock-in I taught you guys in the somatic hip release. The somatic hip opener, sorry. So the muscles here on the inner thigh, let's just talk about these muscles. A lot of people have trauma in this part of the body, and just a lot of sensory motor amnesia. So in this movement, we're repatterning, our intention is to reset these muscles to their longest position when they're resting. So before we do the practice, when we're resting, the muscles might start off more bunched and tight like this, and we don't even know it. And you can see my knee is lifted. It's because the muscles are shortened, they're bunched. And then through the practice of gentle somatic yoga, then the muscles lengthen and then they stay in this position. And this is what we want. We want all of our muscles to be in their longest position in a resting state, because that's where we'll have more energy, that's where we'll build more strength. So when the muscles are being repatterned to we're basically using, let me take a breath here, I'm getting excited. Okay, so the opposite muscles are turned off when we're working a specific muscle groups. there's another group of muscles that are turned off. So in a lock-in, we're actually turning them on. So when we're putting our hands underneath and we're engaging by pushing down, we're pushing down, and what that does is it turns these muscles off. So it's just another way, think of like an exclamation point to an end of a sentence. That's kind of how I think like a lock-in is. We've already reset the length of a muscle, that muscle group, and then the lock-in just affirms it, because when these engage, these really let go. And anytime you can do a lock-in, I'd recommend it. But some of the body shapes, you know, I haven't found a way to do that. So that's kind of my answer to that, is whenever you can do a lock-in, absolutely. So you guys, I'm going to go back down to our the flow of our class. So first we did the rainbow, then we did the boat pose, arch and flatten. We did the somatic seated twist, and then we did the somatic hip opener, and then we did beads on a necklace. So that's where we're at right now, is beads on a necklace. Does anybody have any questions about that?
There was a question about the twist. Can we go back to that for one moment?
Sure, sure.
How is the somatic seated twist different from the twist with the arm across the body resting on the shoulder?
Oh, are you talking about the other somatic movement flow that looks like this, the lighthouse?
That's from Elizabeth. Elizabeth, if you want to unmute, you can definitely let us know if he's asking the right thing for you.
Yes, I didn't know that one was called the lighthouse. Yeah, that's the only
Okay.
one that's all I've done with you before.
Ah, okay, yeah. So the question is, they're two different somatic movement flows, you guys. In the somatic seated twist, the hips are kind of stationary, and in the lighthouse, one of the hip lifts and turns with the body. So that's the difference. They're two different ones.
Okay, great. Let's see what the other questions are. We have a lot coming in. This one's about sensory motor amnesia.
Okay.
Can you offer your top 3 movements for helping to unravel, combat sensory motor amnesia?
Combat? Ask the question again slower, please.
Can you offer your top 3 movements for helping to unravel or combat sensory motor amnesia?
I'm laughing because sensory motor amnesia can be throughout the whole body, the jaw, the forehead, the eyes, you know, the fingers. The simple answer is through all the somatic movement flows. There isn't really a top 3. I would say if I'm looking to address as many muscles at once in a short amount of time, there's a movement called Restore the Core, and then the one that I was just referring to, which is the lighthouse, and we haven't done that today. But I suppose the boat pose with arch and flatten, beads on a necklace, and maybe the body yawn. Those are the 3 from this class. If I had to choose 3, I would choose the boat pose, arch and flatten, and I would choose what did I say? Definitely the body yawn, you know, where the legs are, yeah, the legs are crossed over. But you can't go wrong. Pick any of the somatic movement flows, and that's going to each have a different anatomical focus.
And one last question, would looking at the opposite shoulder help with a neck issue?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm wondering, I'm thinking that you guys are talking about this twist where the head is going the opposite. You just have to be careful that you're not straining the neck when you're coming like this. You might even want to do a micro movement of engaging the ear to the shoulder and the shoulder to the ear. If that's your intention, is to dissolve the muscles around the neck, I would suggest adding a little bit more mindful movement without strain or pain. Can you see that? Lifting the ear to the shoulder, shoulder to ear, and then release. So can you see that, you guys, I'm asking you to get creative within each of the flows. Just listen to your body. It knows what to do. Wherever there's pain in your body, which is also sensory motor amnesia, then you want to shorten those muscles. You want to hug the muscles in towards themselves and then come away. So you can create pendiculations for most muscles in your body through the movements. Shall I continue?
Yeah,
Shall I continue to beads on a necklace?
Yeah, this was one more question with beads on a necklace.
Okay, cool. What's
With
the
beads
question?
on a necklace, the difference between what you are doing and typical bridge pose is you are adding the opposing movement with the arch, correct? And building it slowly. Is she understanding those subtle differences?
The subtle difference also, you guys, I used the word articulate. You know, in a typical boat pose in Hatha yoga, you're coming up and just holding a position, and then you're releasing the position. At some point, you're coming out of the pose, right? This is a traditional bridge pose, and then you just come out. So we're adding the pendiculation, which is, well, first of all, I broke it down into the 3 sections of the body. Did you notice that? First, we focused on the muscles surrounding the lumbar spine. Then we focused on muscles of the thoracic spine. And then we focused on the muscles of the cervical spine. So I broke those down into micro movements by arching. So yes, the muscles are engaging and then they disengage. And then we just did, you know, each part of the spine. But also the most important, the juicy part for me is figuring out ways to release those smallest muscles so that each vertebrae comes down one at a time. This is a huge feat for our brain to figure out how to do that. It takes a lot of focus. And the same thing is that when we lift into the bridge pose, the instructions are, can you peel one vertebrae off the floor one at a time? It takes focus. Instead of just coming straight up, it's like you're tilting the pelvis and you're activating different muscles of your core, your somatic center, to articulate the spine coming off and then the vertebrae coming down. I just love this one. And there's also, you can also change the angle in which you come down. You can twist, you can turn your hips and come down like this. And your brain can witness different muscles engaging and disengaging. And you can also come down if you had a towel. Sometimes it's nice. You can use props in general somatic yogas. You could roll up a towel. This is probably too thick. It's a blanket. There's also something called the back mitra, which is like a piece of foam, narrow and long. And sometimes this will help create more awareness. If your spine lays on something, then it's sometimes easier. This is not good because my head's not supported. Is it sometimes something like this can help bring more awareness of sensation so that you can articulate? Actually, that feels really, really good. Yeah. So there's a lot of differences, I would say. But yeah, your question is, we are adding that extra detail of engaging the back muscles first, and then we're releasing them on the way up. So many of us have lower back pain, and as I said earlier, there's this chain effect. So I don't like to just treat a symptom or a condition. You know, if there's lower back pain, we've got to address the whole back. We've got to address the hips. We've got to address the legs. And that's why I chose to do a whole body class instead of just focusing on lower body or upper body. So I hope that makes sense, is that, you know, we're going to work on the lower back for a little bit, and then we're going to come into a different way of how those muscles function. Like a twist is very different. It uses a very different set of muscles of the back as an arch and flatten.
So she just added a quick question to that, is what does turning the hands over add to this pose?
Hands over like this?
Yeah, I guess when you were turning your hands, she was wondering if it added to the pose.
Oh, we're talking about the beads on a necklace, how
Yes,
I chose the different. I gotcha. Okay, yes. And I don't know if I had very clear instructions, you guys, when I was leading you through this part. So thank you for asking. I got a little tongue-tied. So the palms stay down like this because until we get to the muscles of the upper back and cervical spine, if you can feel for yourself, the head of the shoulders are turning in right now, away from the floor. So to get the heads of the shoulder back and the scapula back is to open the palms. You can feel that the scapula flattens and the chest opens, and safely the muscles of the upper back and neck can engage. So this is just a much safer way to engage the muscles of the upper back. And then when you come down, you can see the pectoralis and the chest is open here. And as we come down, the arms roll in, because as the shoulders roll forward, look how we're releasing the muscles in the back body, because now the muscles are engaged here. The muscles in the back can release. And then if you wanted to do a lock-in, you could press your shoulders down and release. That would be an example of how you can bring a lock-in in. So you can try it on your own, but that's the reason why we open our palms, is to access more muscle groups safely in the upper spine, surrounding the upper spine. So that was a really good question.
Perfect answer too. So Sandy asks, because we're still on beads on a necklace, what recommendations do you have for people who have difficulty articulating the spine and rely on quads and glutes to do the movement, which leads to fatigue in those areas?
So I don't know, Sandy, if you sent in the question before when I showed you like the towel rolling up, because that's really a great way. And I agree with you. I understand like people might be relying on the muscles of the quads to lift. So the position of the legs are important. That might help. Some people do this with the heels too close to the buttocks, and that engages more of the muscles of the legs. So you might want to just maybe just play just with the feeling of the legs. You could, because this is a pendiculation right now, focusing on the muscles of the legs, turning on, turning off, turning off, turning off, turning off, turning off. So maybe you could say something like, okay, turn all your muscles on to 100% contraction. Come down, slow, 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 release. Now turn the muscles on to 80%. Put less effort. And then now turn muscles on to 40%. Like I'm doing it right now. And it really changes when I'm now pressing mostly through the heels. I have very little muscle contraction. So that's one way that you could explore is percentages, muscles turning on 100%, 80%, 40%, 30%. And then when you go into the movement, then you can say, okay, keep the legs soft, focus on just pressing down through the heels. And then I think anything that you can use in the back of the spine to come down, maybe micro movements as well. So as you're coming down, maybe you just spend some time on the thoracic, but again, not longer than like 30 seconds, lifting, lowering, lifting, and then come all the way down. So that would be one way, is to do some micro movements in different positions. So I hope that helped.
And then Lisa asks if you wouldn't mind repeating the instruction for the cervical spine for beads on a necklace.
Sure. Oh, did you guys hear me talk about also, I realize we're getting into our break, but
Yeah, we are.
So it's really important to keep the head and neck fluid. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but the head scoots back when the hips lift. So we want to keep the neck muscles long, so you can even pick up your head from time to time to allow it to scoot. So the instructions for the cervical spine are to externally rotate the arms and gently press when the neck is relaxed. Oops, I just lost one of my earbuds. Can you still hear me, everybody?
Yes.
Okay. because sometimes when there's a way to turn off the sound by touching. What was I going to say? It's by pressing the shoulders down gently, but keeping the throat open, really kind of witnessing the muscles of the neck. That's the safe way to do it. And then come out by internally rotating the arms slightly. So you guys, if I could go to the somatic child's pose, because I know that some of you are really wanting this break and maybe you're taking it already, but let me just quickly move through some highlights of the somatic. This is a perfect example of taking a traditional hatha yoga posture and bringing in the somatic repatterning. So instead of just coming directly into it like we would in a normal yoga class, as you noticed, we're bringing in the art of pendiculation by engaging the muscles first. So we're not focusing on the stretch so much. We're focusing more on the engagement and the release of the muscles in this position. This is a restart. Now, some people aren't going to be able to come all the way down. So it's perfectly fine to change your body shape so you can just rest. So muscles turning on, muscles turning on, muscles turning on, releasing, muscles turning on, but releasing. And then the witness of like, all the muscles as much as we can turning off. And then I added the mantra of Om. It's my way of kind of playing around a little bit to open up the sixth chakra. We're not going to talk about it in this class, but you know, for me, my intuition, you know, this is the energy center to open up to our intuition. I feel like the humming can help really open and release this part of the brain, connecting the pituitary gland. So that was kind of more of an esoteric thing that I threw in, but it's meaningful to me is Om, and then just saving part of your breath and just massaging the forehead on the floor. Om. The intent is to awaken some of the spiritual centers and turn on those chakras. So that's a little extra bonus that I throw in from time to time. And then really quick, the body yawn. You guys, this is a movement we have to be careful with because we are in a stretch. And in gentle somatic yoga, we're definitely getting into positions where the body is in a temporary stretch, but our intent is not to keep it there. And so that's why I had you guys coming down in thirds, is because we're not going to come directly in. There's so many of us that have chronic lower back pain, and we want to push ourselves into these stretches for an outcome to stretch. And we don't want to do that. So that's why we came down mindfully in thirds and the body on, is we're just giving our body a chance to keep that mindful connection. And then eventually we release all muscular effort for a brief time, then engaging the muscles of the shoulder of the opposite side. So the body is in a pretty intense stretch right here. And so you may want to bring some bolsters or something if this is too much. You can easily use props to encourage not coming into a stretch reflex, which I'll talk about in the PowerPoint. So we can come down and we can actually have something here if we wanted to, and then engage, and then disengage, and then bring the legs back up using the core muscles. Does that make sense? I just wanted to share with you, that's the reason why I had this mindful way of coming into it, is we're just staying mindful. And there is a beautiful sensation of lengthening at one point, and then we come out of it without staying in too long. So how about just a couple more questions, and then we'll take a break. And then if there are more questions, I'll see if I can answer them when we're doing the PowerPoint.
You ready for another question?
Hey, Jennifer. Sure.
Jacqueline asked, with the body on, what does the engagement of the arm do in the pose?
It's gosh, how do I explain this? It's the sensory motor cortex. You know, that's the part of our brain that we want. That's where voluntary control comes from. And so when we get into these different body shapes, we're just asking our brain to do lots of things in a mindful way. And I like the body on because it engages the whole body in this beautiful diagonal shape. And so that's the reason why we lift the arm, is because it's turning on different muscle groups and more of a whole body movement. And you notice we just didn't go, we just didn't go straight over into reaching right away. We broke the movement down into smaller parts and pieces. So instead of just doing this, which would be a stretch, we're coming into it last by bringing in some other muscle groups here. So it's just another way to engage the body into a larger movement safely. But it's possible that you could just do the movement without the arms as well. That could be a good way to move into it, actually, is do the legs first, and then maybe do the arm by itself. Also, I can't go into it right now, but it seems there's this, I don't know the scientific reason, but oftentimes if there's a problem on one side of the body, it ricochets over to the opposite side. Like if I have trouble with my left hip, then oftentimes if a person had a pain in their hip, oftentimes they also have a pain in the right knee. So the body seems to kind of zigzag. It might have to do with the left and right brain hemispheres. So it's more of an intuitive thing for me to use opposite sides.
I think this is a really great point to take our break so everybody can get a rest. James can take a quick break before going into the afternoon session. And if you have more questions, just keep putting them in the chat. I'm keeping track of them.
Okay. And if you guys don't mind, let's go ahead and meet at in 45 minutes. That way I can get in another great class. And I really want to say thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. This is a format that's very different than normal. Otherwise, we'd have everybody in a big circle and we can interact. So I just appreciate your willingness to be here in this format. So thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
So that means we're coming back at noon?
Yes. Well, in 45 minutes.
Okay, 45 minutes.
Okay, I'm going back and forth between my earbuds and my computer. So let's see. So before we begin more of this lecture, I want it to be interactive as well. If anybody has any questions from the practice or the demonstration, the learning labs, I saw a couple of questions coming through the chat room. So Kimberly, is there anything that would be good to address now? Kimberly, are you there?
Sorry about that, guys. I was on mute and talking the whole time.
Okay.
So we had one question that was related more to back pain and degenerative disc disease. So I told her we'd send her some things.
Okay.
The other one that came in said, I'm not sure how to ask this question. This is from Deborah. I have fairly significant pain in my left hip and groin. That tiny muscle or tendon in the left inner thigh seemingly permanently on. Curious to know how to accommodate that.
Okay. Did the pain come from the movements today, or was it a pre-existing experience?
Deborah, feel free to unmute yourself so you can answer that. Absolutely.
It's been on for several years.
Having a hard time hearing.
She said it's been on for several years.
Ah, okay. It could be the psoas muscle, the way you're describing it. So what is the question?
I don't know how to accommodate everything I do with that leg. Like I can't move it up my other leg with the knee extended out without. I mean, I just can't do that. It's excruciating.
Yeah,
But I would like eventually for that to turn back off
yeah,
because I'd like to be able to walk without my cane, quite honestly.
yeah, of course. Let me take a look at the class the curriculum that I'll be teaching today. Actually, the very first thing that I'm teaching may help with that. So that's nice and serendipitous.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
In the meantime, can you please email Kimberly and I can give you some somatic movement flows specifically for the psoas. My last somatic sanctuary was the psoas and lower back release, so I didn't include a lot of them today in the curriculum, but there's some easy movements that I can send to you. You can practice.
Because I was in that last one, and some of it, I mean, I couldn't do. So what I had to do was just imagine myself doing it. But
Good. Yes. And maybe have you tried also experimenting just doing less effort, like less contraction and less movement in general?
I'm working on. Yeah. No, I actually haven't given. I have, but I need to be a little bit more assertive with myself about that. Apparently,
Or
it's
less
hard.
assertive, or less assertive.
Maybe, well, yeah,
like
maybe less assertive with myself.
Yeah,
Like,
like for example, in the somatic psoas release, when you're holding one knee to the chest and one leg's extended, for example, you don't need to lift your leg even off the floor. You could just lift it, just engage the muscles and then set the heel back down. Like that's instead of like lifting the leg all the way up, for example.
what I had to do with that one, with that
What's that?
particular. Yeah, that's what I had to do with that one. With that particular flow, it's like, okay, I can
Yeah.
do this.
And even with your leg turned out, you can still engage and then set it back down, or internally rotate, engage, set it back down. Yeah, we don't have to do very much. I'm glad that you're visualizing the movements as well.
Gotta do something because this has to. Yeah, I've got to.
Can't hear you again.
I said I have to do something. It's got to deactivate.
Yeah, I think just learning to find different positions, like today in this, like the first class, with the rainbow, and I was asking you to find like intuitive movements. I'm wondering, if you can just spend more time with that, like identifying where the pain is and then just kind of getting creative to see if you can just like hug in and then release, I just have a sense that I bet if you played around with it a little bit, you might be able to come up with your own pendiculations for that area.
Yeah, thank you. That actually really helps.
Yeah,
That helps a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Another question, let me just find it really quick. Okay, she had asked earlier, so I wanted to make sure we got to this again. Is there a reason not to start the practice meditation supine rather than seated?
Oh, no, yeah, you can be in any position. In fact, I was hoping that I had some walls because I was actually thinking about starting with legs up the wall. But as you can see, I don't I don't really have a wall. And then I thought, oh, this could be a disaster because I don't know where you guys are practicing. But no, the beginning meditation can be in any position, even standing.
That's all I've got right now.
Okay, all right, cool. All right, let's see if this technology will work, you guys. I'm going to try to share my screen. First, get out of the speaker view and share my screen. Can you guys see that? Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. Thanks. All right. So this screen, like what is embodiment? Again, I felt like I didn't do all the greatest job. Can you guys see me as well as the screen or just the screen? You can see both?
Oh, yes, you're above the screen, so we can see you in the
okay.
shared screen.
All right, so I shouldn't pick my nose or anything. Okay. So the word embodiment to me refers more to what I was saying in the class around I don't know if you guys can identify, but let's just say, well, what comes to my mind for myself is some really difficult relationship challenges in the past. I would even call them more traumatic experiences where, there's fighting involved, verbal fighting, and there's an argument, there's a disagreement, and the body tenses up, right? Like the jaw clenches, the fight or flight response, the sympathetic nervous system. We're either going to fight, we're going to freeze, or we're going to flee. And the body does these crazy things well, they're not crazy, they're actually brilliant, to protect ourselves from the threat. If we don't, I'll keep speaking for myself in I terms. It might be easier for me to express this. If I'm not able to self-correct sooner to the point of trauma or the difficult experience, then the more likely that memory is going to be stored in my body. So I call that armoring or defense structures. A lot of us have these postures, and our body shows everything. If we were to be together and stand up and look at each other compassionately, we would see that everybody's gone through something and it shows up. So in those moments that we miss those choice points, when we continue to stay in that place of suffering, and sometimes we're not able to change the situation, right away. But if I notice that I'm gritting my teeth and holding my shoulders in the moment that I'm in an experience, and I've tried this, is just to relax the shoulders, uncross my arms, bring my feet on the floor, be aware of my heart rate. It's that choice point that we're looking for in general somatic yoga, why we're turning muscles on, why we're turning muscles off. So in those moments where we don't listen to our body's signals and we don't pay attention, then we abandon ourselves. We temporarily abandon ourselves. And sometimes this is consciously and sometimes it's unconsciously. And it isn't until later that we realize, oh my gosh, I have a headache, or you can't sleep, insomnia, or your digestive system is off. So this word embodiment means that we get to bring back these parts and pieces of ourself that we left behind. And so that's why I'm using this word embodiment. Is, don't we all want to be in our body temple, feeling safe and feeling nurtured, and like this self-care, loving ourselves, being peaceful with ourselves, being accepting of ourselves. So I really feel like this practice of gentle somatic yoga, the meditations, the body scans, the body movements are helping us come back. And then the somatic awakening is the opposite of sensory motor amnesia, which I'll get to in just a little bit. So Kimberly, that's so strange. There's like these are red strings over this first screen.
Yeah, I just noticed that. I don't know what it is.
All right. And I'm not able to.
It's not really that bad, so.
Okay, well, I'm not able to toggle back and forth either using my
Why don't you escape and just go back and start over from the beginning and see what happens?
Can you see my slide that has
Yes.
the slides on the side?
Yes.
Okay, I'm okay with this actually, you guys. It's easier for me just to go to each slide like this. Okay, so what is somatics? I had the blessing, the fortune to meet Eleanor Criswell Hanna. Eleanor was the wife to Thomas Hanna, and a lot of you might know that the science, the neuroscience behind gentle somatic yoga is coming from Hanna somatics. Thomas Hanna was a scholar, he was a genius, he was a philosopher, he was a teacher, he was an author, and his passion was asking the question, what is freedom? And the short answer, after a lot of exploration, is if we don't have choice points in our body, if we can't lift our arm because we have frozen shoulder, or if we have chronic pain in our back and we can't lift up our child, or then we're missing choice points. So for him, coming up with this method was studying the animals, the movements of babies and animals. One of his main teachers was Moshe Feldenkrais. And it goes on and on. Anyway, there's a bunch of people that kind of came together, and Thomas Hanna coined somatics is coming from the Greek word somatikos. And then he redefined it from soma, meaning body, to the mind, body perceived and regulated from within. So regulated, the regulated means that we do have choice points with our physiology. We can control our skin temperature. We can control our muscle activity. We can control our breath. We can control our nervous system. And that's what I have spent most of my education learning about through biofeedback, brainwave training, shamanic studies, is realizing that we can be the directors of this ship, or this vessel. We have choice points. So Thomas Hanna said that through the art of interoception, then we can develop more awareness so that we can make choice points. Back to what I was saying, when we're in a fight or flight response, it is possible to regulate the breath. It is possible to come back into parasympathetic system quicker. And I love this that Thomas Hanna said. Somas are you and I not only striving to survive, but to actually thrive. And I think this is a beautiful thing. And so I use the term yoga in this method for a lot of reasons, but yoga is union with the whole self. So isn't it fascinating to know that every soma on the planet, including every cell, is a soma? Did you guys know that? Because every cell has the ability it has a waste removal system, it has a way to reproduce, and it has this intelligence to respond to all the other information. So think about that. Plants, animals, insects, the earth itself. There's not only this impulse to survive, there's this impulse to evolve, to be more of. And there's something really refreshing for me to think about that. Like, that's how I understand how we're all connected, because we all affect each other. So anyways, I think that's something really beautiful, is that we're always constantly wanting to be a better version of ourselves, and we all share that. Yeah. Feel free to ask questions, you guys, as I'm going through. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. Oh, I guess I should also say then maybe a little bit of my lineage. I can share how General Somatic Yoga was synthesized, because I first took Eleanor Criswell's Somatic Yoga class at Sonoma State back in the early 90s. And it was one of those unique experiences where I think my experience was that she saw potential in me, and through a couple of years of taking her class over and over again, she approached me and asked me she kind of suggested if I had thought about maybe getting into the healing arts. And at the time I was an athlete and I really hadn't considered it. So through her mentorship, she invited me to take a massage class so I could get to know physiology and learn how to touch people. When Thomas Hanna died in a car accident, he had trained the very first group and the only group of educators. Eleanor Criswell helped find the right experts in the world to finish the course that Thomas had created. And interestingly enough, people that knew Thomas Hanna, and I was in a meeting one time with some of his relatives and some of his early students. He gave away all of his information before he died, and he didn't really know actually what he was going to give extra. So after that, it was really interesting that Eleanor Criswell came in and helped create the whole program. So I became a certified Hanna Somatic educator, very intense program, 3 years, and of course a massage therapist. And then I became certified in yoga as a yoga instructor. And then I got my psychotherapy training. So I'm a body-oriented psychotherapist. So that's kind of the history. I really feel like Eleanor Criswell handed me the baton by inviting me into this community. And then being an integrative therapist, when I was working with my clients one-on-one and seeing the dramatic results in such a short amount of time, I started bringing in what are now called the somatic movement flows into my yoga classes, my traditional hatha yoga classes. I would bring one in and kind of experience it, and then I'd bring another one in, and then eventually over time my students would say, hey, can we do that weird thing where you lift your arm and you turn your head? And and I was so relieved, because I was really quite shy at that time. Somatics wasn't even a buzzword. This is before the term somatics was even popular. And so that's how the whole thing started, is that whole lineage. And since then, I've been invited back by Eleanor Criswell to facilitate workshops at their annual convention. And out of all of the somatic tribe, I'm probably one of the less clinical practitioners. As you can see, I'm very experiential. It's very intuitive. We bring in the breath, we bring in meditation, we bring in, you know, the spirituality, we bring in energy. And I'm thankful to say that Eleanor Criswell has endorsed my work and says, James, keep doing what you're doing. You know, thank you for being a part of the evolution of this field. And then since then, I just feel so much more relieved, and I feel like I'm on the right track by delivering the neuroscience through movements that you've learned now. So anyway, that's just a little bit of my history of how general somatic yoga came to be. Sorry, I can't see my cursor for some reason. That's so weird. Okay, there it is. You guys probably know now, since the pandemic, it's interesting. Now a lot of the work is going online. Oh, I wanted to tell you, I'm so excited. Two things. I booked I booked a retreat center in Mexico, this gorgeous eco resort south of Puerto Vallarta that you can only get by boat taxi, February 2022. I just said, you know, forget this. Let's go ahead and have something that we could look forward to, cross our fingers. We can travel again and be safe. So I'm just putting that out there. If you guys want to come to the next immersion, we're calling them Somatic Wellness Adventures. That's going to be February 2022. And I'll give you a discount also when we send the replay of this event. In case you guys want to come, I'll give you a little incentive. It's not published yet. I just booked it last week. And the second exciting thing is I've decided to go ahead and do a virtual live level 1 course, which is going to start in April. And I've never done this before. So it's going to be much like this, only it's going to be more interactive, and we're going to have breakout rooms. So if you like today's event or the somatic sanctuaries and you want to learn more, then that level 1 will start happening in April. And we'll also give you a discount code for that as well. Let's see. Oh, now my cursor is working. I'm going to skip this one. First, I want to talk about the purpose of pain. I'm constantly surprised finding out how many people live with pain as a normal experience. It first came to my attention when I spent a month in Korea a couple of years ago, teaching with a yoga studio there. We were creating some new methods, and my audience was 20 to 30-year-olds on average. A lot of them were yoga teachers. In fact, all of them were yoga teachers. And I would say 85 to 90% of them were living with pain, and as a normal thing, like just a way of life. You know, the practice of yoga helped, but I think that in traditional yoga, at least, I don't know, I think it's changing now, especially with this community. You know, we're all wanting a more general, more mindful way of moving. But as yoga became super popular in Western culture, or the Western world, I guess it's really not just the Western, isn't it? It's really a global phenomenon now, is that yoga is used more for athletic. You know, it's used for strengthening, and it's just kind of went off into I would say maybe as a collective, maybe not the healthiest direction, because the focus is the outcome, and the focus is more, and the focus is, you know, keep finding that alignment, keep going more, like as if there's something to achieve. I'm making generalizations. I love my yoga practice, and then there's lots of people, yoga therapists, yoga teachers, that don't teach like this, but a lot of people be getting hurt. And it's because of this not paying attention to what the body's asking for. So the purpose of pain, I find, is that it's really like a friend. It's like a friend it's highlighting something that wants attention, you know? And so when I experience discomfort, comfort in my body, or pain from time to time, I'm grateful, because it's showing where I need to return back to. There's a message, there's something that needs something. So changing our relationship to pain is something I really like to inspire people with. If it's physical pain, then movements, the somatic movement flows 90% of the time can help. Now there's other types of pain, that come from the nervous system. But in any case, where there's physical pain, the muscles are contracting to protect the body. And so I just wanted to leave you with that, is just, thinking about the way that we carry stories about pain, the word pain, the way that we hold on to it as something that we have to, it's almost like pain can be witnessed sometimes as a curse or like a bad thing. And for me, it's the opposite. It's, thank goodness we have those warning signs, because we can learn to self-regulate. And through repatterning the brain to muscle connection actually strengthens the neuroplasticity, which I'm not going to get into the science right now, but we want all the synapses to be alive all the way through our whole system in every moment. Yeah, I can tell that I just want to really get more creative about explaining this. But through gentle somatic yoga, that's what we're doing, is we're bridging all the gaps and reconnecting. Sensory motor amnesia. So I mentioned that earlier. So what is sensory motor amnesia? So the signs of sensory motor amnesia can be pain, clicking, ratcheting, popping, and interestingly enough, numbness. Sometimes we just can't feel certain parts of our body. So what happens is that our physiology, the muscles are contracting and they're on autopilot. We don't have access right away. And thank goodness we have this part of our brain, our soma, because when we learn something, like if you ride a bike or if you play an instrument or if you're studying something, this part of ourself where we don't always have to do every single part and piece again, we can just get on a bike and we can just ride. When this happens with our muscles and we don't have access, then that becomes a problem. So sensory motor amnesia means that the sensory motor cortex is not activated. And so, for example, when you're in it, let's see, if I was to lift my shoulder and my elbow, and as I lower it, it goes like click, click, click. That's what I mean by ratcheting. Or you might have noticed when we did the somatic hip openers, when you're applying pendiculation, did you notice that there were kind of parts and pieces that maybe you couldn't have felt? Or when you were doing the beads on a necklace, when the hips were lifted, did some of you kind of feel like your back was coming down in chunks? So these are all signs of temporary amnesia. And this is one thing that we do, is we erase this through the movements. Speaking about the way that the body subconsciously reacts to stress. In Hannah Somatic Education, there are three main reflexes that we address through all the movements. Now, the red light reflex. Now, first, let's just look at the term reflex. It's something that we don't even know that we're doing. It's just a subconscious reaction. If there was a loud noise to go off right now in our environment, all of us would hug our muscles in to protect our heart and our guts. Our knees would come together, our head would come forward, and that's called the red light reflex. You can see the muscles here that are highlighted in the front, the chest, the abdominal muscles, also here the neck, the sternocleidomastoid, the scalenes. Is when we want to curl in. And this is also a startle response to emotions as well. For those of us that have had challenging life experiences, there's a tendency to kind of want to cave in over time. So it can also be emotionally related and mentally related. Also, the inner thighs get activated, the groin. This is also a red light reflex, startle reflex. Green light reflex. So this is a reflex that's kind of like a get up and go. Like if you knew you were late to something, you can almost guarantee that the muscles in your back body are going to engage, because those muscles are going to help us propel forward. I also think of it as like a soldier, as a call to attention. Like if you think about, you know, a soldier standing tall, there's almost the back muscles contract to pull the body back. And then of course, then we're prepared to move forward quickly. And so the muscles of the green light reflex, they attach at the skull. They go all the way down past the shoulders, lower back. The gluteal muscles are involved, the hamstrings and the calves. So those of us that are also A-type personalities, we have a lot of the green light reflex. What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? We're just ready to act. And when we're not conscious of this reflex, then these muscles stay contracted even while resting. And so most people that have lower back pain, it comes from, for example, this green light reflex, and also neck pain as well. It can also come, like, for example, sitting in a chair, you know, my shoulders are back, and although my head is forward, that could be considered more like the red light reflex, the muscles that are involved, but the muscles are just poised, and they can get stuck. Trauma reflex are when the muscles on the side of the body stay contracted in a resting position. Trauma reflex can happen from accidents, like automobile accidents or sport accidents. Trauma reflex can also happen from overuse of specific muscle groups with sports. For example, if you are a golfer, or you play baseball or tennis, you're using the same muscles over and over again. When those muscles get locked, we call this a trauma reflex. We could be, really, it's mostly words to describe when parts of the body are misaligned due to the muscles contracted. So either the front, the back, or the sides. And interestingly enough, most of us have all three reflexes happening at once. And if you're working with a practitioner or yoga therapist, then we want to continue learning how to unwind from these reflexive habits. Remember, automatic pilot, something happens, subconsciously the muscles contract and they stay contracted, even though your mental mind will say, please relax. Through massage, chiropractic, acupuncture, the muscles are still holding on, even though with your best efforts to minimize it. So that's why we use the art of pendiculation in gentle somatic yoga, because it's that mindful engagement of bringing the muscles in that turns on the sensory motor cortex, and then the slow release and the letting go. So that's how we bring, that's how we come into somatic awakening, is learning how to re-engage with our body in that more intimate way. That's how these reflexes get dissolved. And then when you know this, and you experience yourself, for example, in a red light reflex, if you find that these muscles are engaging, then you can witness it as information and you can come out of it. And that's the beauty of the practice off the mat, is when you recognize that you're in a reflex response, you're reacting to something, you can go, oh, wait a minute, no. Take a deep breath, go for a walk, you know, all the things that you know how to, that you learn how to do. Then that's where freedom comes back in. Back to Thomas Hanna, that was his inspiration for creating the method.
Can we ask a question about reflexes?
Sure.
Rufus is curious if the word reflux seems to describe involuntary muscle movements. Is that correct? And can this be reversed for those with chronic contractions?
Yes.
Yes and yes. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a little rusty, you guys. Like I'm going through this PowerPoint presentation going, oh my goodness. I think I'm still like altered from our first session and the excitement of all getting together. So I'm just noticing that, yeah, it's like coming back up with this again to deliver in a coherent way to a broad audience is a little bit challenging for me. So I appreciate the questions.
Andrea says you're explaining it amazingly. So
oh,
keep doing what you're doing.
Andrea. Thank you. This is also really important. I want you guys to know this stretch reflex. Now, the other reflexes, the green light, the red light, and the trauma, those happen in the brain. It's where the reflex starts in the brain. I mean, it's hard to say that because we're a whole system. But what's interesting about the stretch reflex is that this reflex is more primitive, and it starts in the spinal cord. So a stretch reflex is anytime your body feels in danger when it's overextending itself. If somebody was to grab my hand right now and pull me, there's a reflex that I'm going to pull back because I don't want to fall over. You don't even have to think about it. Like, there's danger and your body recoils. So why is this important? When I was talking about traditional yoga, if it's not done in a mindful way, we can find ourselves in these body shapes trying to get that stretch, like pushing, straining, like I'm going to be flexible. And you know what? The body, if you're in pain, the body does not like it. The body does not like to stretch when it's in pain. I have found, and science is proving, there's other benefits to yoga, traditional yoga, but with the stretch reflex is when the body feels in danger, and it's gonna bounce back like a rubber band, even tighter than it was before. And this is how I see a lot of injuries happening with athletes as well. So that's why we don't hold body shapes in gentle somatic yoga that are stretches as a guideline longer than 3 seconds. Like, remember when we were doing the last one, the body yawn, the legs were over. That was a really long time. That's the longest time we stay in a stretch in gentle somatic yoga. I can't think of any other position. In the somatic child's pose, we were also in a stretch. So it's not bad if you stay in it longer if you want to, as long as you're being authentic to the boundaries of what your body wants to do. And most people override that. So in this practice, I like to stay in the safe zone because the focus is the pendiculation, and then the reward is flexibility. So I don't know. I think it's just understanding and just kind of like going into a deeper relationship when we find ourselves in shapes where we're stretching. Does that make sense? I'm trying to think of me, like if I went into a forward fold right now, if I was sitting on the floor and I brought my head towards my knees and I hung out there for a while, I haven't been in that position for a while, my body would be screaming at a certain point. Like I bet after maybe, I don't know, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, my body's going to be kind of like saying it's not comfortable, So that's why if I stayed there and I kept pulling and I kept stretching and I kept stretching, it's highly likely when I come out of that the muscles are going to rebound. And that's why we don't. No, I'm going to put it into the positive. In gentle somatic yoga, I think a lot of people are surprised at how much range of motion they can increase in such a short amount of time. In a typical traditional yoga class, we're not going to gain that much flexibility in one posture. So I think it's just the way that we approach ourselves and the way that we're in deeper relationship with ourselves is what really matters.
We do have a question about the somatic pose. Do you have see any advantage to adding a somatic pose prior to a yin class? My students ask for more shoulder poses, and I'm thinking about doing swimming shoulders than a yin pose.
Yes, absolutely. Because, pendiculation, here we're on the slide, pendiculation is a natural, it's natural for us to warm up, to prepare to move. So yeah, that would make a lot of sense that you're creating a pendiculation before coming into the movement. Absolutely. You could do it both ways. You could do it before, and you can also do it afterwards. So I just thought this was a cute slide because it's fascinating to know that almost all animals are using the art of pendiculation, not just humans, babies. So bringing the unconscious to the conscious, right? That's the theme for this event, is illuminating the body from within. So don't we all want to be more conscious, more mindful? Don't we all want to come out of reaction and into response? So I feel like this is an art also, is the brain learns from before and after, and even if a moment of high stress, that's information, that's, and then we can just acknowledge, oh, when we're not in that place. So I think that that's what I just wanted to highlight with this, is I feel like it's part of strengthening the neuroplasticity, the connections between the brain and the muscle, is witnessing the contrast, because it keeps our awareness really heightened. It keeps us heightened to be able to respond to the subtle messages that our body's giving us when we're not on the mat. So that's why we're checking in before and after. Plus, it's fun, isn't it? Isn't it nice to know that what you're doing is actually working? So we do a lot of soma scans, a lot of body scans, and general somatic yoga, so that we can witness that. And it's also, we're also retraining our nervous system. It's hard to talk about this like parts and pieces individually, because it's all connected, but we're learning how to regulate our nervous system just as much as we are our muscles. One of the slogans in gentle somatic yoga is finding our inner yes. And so I don't know, how do you guys feel when you're in your flow, when you feel like you're optimistic, you feel light, you feel like something's going your way, your body feels good, that shows up as sensation. That's what I mean by finding your inner yes. There's ways to know that something's generative for yourself, something's nourishing for yourself. There's signs in our physiology that tell us we're aligned with the truth of who we are. And so in gentle somatic yoga, that's why I'm asking you to move with pleasure, move in a way that makes your body feel good. And when you get to those sticky spots where there's sensory motor amnesia, then you can just be like, oh, wow, that's a place where I can just highlight. That's a place where I'm going to bring my consciousness. And then that's how we continue to move our way back into pleasure, is the relationship that we have with ourself that creates the opening, that creates the freedom.
There's a great question that goes right along with this.
Okay.
Are we creating new neural pathways, or are we strengthening the existing pathways, or both?
Both. Yes. Yeah, definitely both. Because sometimes they're disconnected and then they need to be rerouted. And then sometimes they just need to be refreshed. And it's pretty exciting to think about that, because we actually had, in fact, I don't know if Kelly Fowler's on this call. Kelly, if you're there, there was a gentle somatic yoga practitioner who was working with somebody who had a stroke, I believe. I hope I get the story right. And that there was numbness and paralysis on one side of the face. And through doing one of the somatic movement flows, there started to be movement and tingling. And so my thought about that is, that maybe some new neural pathways were connecting. Maybe old ones were reconnecting, but I also just have this intuitive sense that there was some new connection going on. And then there's a huge success story. The client kept getting better and better and better. And it was quite miraculous. So yeah, I get stories like that quite often. When I'm teaching in person, it's inevitable that somebody from the audience will come up in tears and just say, oh my gosh, I've had pain in my hip for 6 years, and this is the first time that I have felt relief, or that little click in my shoulder is finally gone. Or even floats and eyeballs. There's a movement called the lighthouse, where the eyes are going opposite direction. Person had these, she's called them floaters, where there was like specks in her vision. Those were gone after doing one of the somatic movement flows. So, I try not to get too caught up with that, but it's sure nice to hear how this practice benefits people. And then the more you practice, the more the range of motion eventually becomes your default. While you're learning the movements, you get benefit in one movement flow, but then you might go back to your default of stress holding patterns. So it's important to practice these flows for a good 30 to 40 days so that you keep retraining and strengthening those neural pathways. And then eventually your default will be your fullest range of motion, the muscles in their lengthened position when they're resting. And that gets really exciting. And that's what I've experienced in my body. I'm 55 this year. And I can say that from practicing my whole life, I feel pretty coordinated, pretty balanced, pretty pain-free, have a lot of energy. And yeah, so I don't know, I can just speak for myself that my default from my muscles, I'm pretty agile and aging fairly gracefully. So some tips and guidelines. We're almost finished. I want to get into our practice. You guys, you heard me say keep the eyes closed. Why is that? It's because we want to keep that our reference to first person, right? If the eyes are open, it's so easy to let the mind wander and we're not necessarily connecting within. So that's why we have that tip. When you're learning a movement, it's natural to keep your eyes open because you're not sure where you are in space. But once you feel like you can embody it enough, highly recommend closing your eyes and then just keep sensing and feeling. Slow and smooth. This keeps us in the parasympathetic nervous system. This also keeps us out of the stretch reflex. Explore and discover, having the attitude of exploring and discovery, then we don't judge ourselves. Then each movement can just be like, oh, wow, check that out. Whatever the information is, it's like, oh, yes, okay, that's how it is, you know, and that's how we continue to bring the parts and pieces that we left behind back in, is just not judging ourselves and be grateful for the experience that we have the choice points. Feathering technique, I made a decision in this class to just call it micro movements. It's the same thing. It's where we're kissing the edges of discomfort or stiffness or pain or numbness. Maybe you're working in a place that you feel numb, and then you can kiss, change the angle, change, maybe make a circle, a half circle, just whatever you can do to see if you can get into that part of your body safely. Feathering technique, and then of course props and modifications, but not to rely on them, only to keep your body comfortable enough so that you're not bracing. If you're bracing in the movement, then your brain isn't learning as efficiently. So it's important to stay comfortable enough, but don't get attached to the props. You might be surprised over time, you may not need them. And then I'll leave you with this slide, you guys. For me, choice equals freedom. That means when I can stay in that response, when I can listen to my body's messages, or I can witness my mind, I can experience how my emotions are affecting me, then I can stay in that creative space of like, what do I want to experience next? It's very empowering to continue to choose what you want to experience next, instead of just being the victim to all the stress and how we react. So I hope that this will inspire you, because I really feel like our natural state is peace and well-being. It's not something to achieve. It's here already. We just have to soften and release into it. I feel like I was talking a million miles an hour there.
No, you did great. Matter of fact, we had a very great compliment from a novice who wanted you to know that as a novice, she's understanding it quite a bit, and you're doing a great job explaining it.
Oh, thank you guys. Clearly, I feel a little insecure right now. It's very, I am a very empathic person and a sensitive person, and I thrive on touch and, you know, being able to witness the energy. So this is kind of like a new calibration for me to teach in this form, because I'm not able to do that. So thanks for the compassion and the love that I'm feeling right now too.
Yeah, give yourself a little compassion. It's been a year since you've been able to actually do anything. So
Wow.
little compassion here.
Yeah, definitely humble, that's for sure. So you guys ready for a second round of practice? Yeah, I have some pretty awesome somatic movement flows to share. So I don't know if you need just a couple minute break, if anybody needs to get up and stretch, but longer than 3 seconds, right? Or grab a drink of water, use the restroom, and I'll meet you on the mat.
All right. So we get to practice. We get to discover and explore. We get to highlight parts of ourself that we might have missed for a while. Most of all, we get to be kind and gentle with ourselves during the process, just really honoring that all the different experiences we've had in our life made us who we are today. And I just am so excited, and I'm happy to be sharing the practice with you because, as I mentioned before, there's nothing to get that's outside. All the answers are inside. All the experience of what we need is already here. And it's just, I think sometimes it's just a process of unwinding. It's a process of allowing. It's a process of choosing to being conscious and then forgiving ourselves and having a lot of empathy when we, go into that reactive place and we don't pay attention. Then we can just say to ourselves, you know what? Okay, well, that maybe didn't work out so great, but I'm going to learn from that and I'm going to try again, So with this practice, let's just approach it as if we just got here all together. So let's close our eyes, please, and let's do 3 cleansing breaths. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. Inhale through the nose. Soften on the exhale. Last time, inhale. Deep breath in. Let's bring fresh prana in, which is our life force. Exhale, soften, release. Come in towards our center. Resting with the palms facing up and back of the knees. Close our eyes. How do you feel right now from the inside out? And there may be nagging spots and places. And can we greet those parts of ourselves with wonder and awe? Can we just say, okay, say hi. All right, there you are. Can we just accept that a little deeper, a little more openly? And then if we feel open and free, let's be grateful for that just the same. So this is our pre-check. What's the quality or what's the state? How do we witness ourselves? And I'll ask you at the end of class how you feel. So bringing the hands to prayer position in front of the heart. We're going to do a little bit of pranayama together. You may or may not want to be sitting on something. I'm going to experiment sitting on this bolster this time. So if you'd like to follow along, take a deep breath in. And then exhale, round through the back, tilt the pelvis under, chin to chest, bring the hands forward. Inhale, lift the arms. Exhale, let the arms float back down. Bring the hands back to prayer position in front of the start. And again, inhale. Create that nice large C shape with your back. Exhale, tuck the pelvis. Let all the air out. Inhale, lift. Exhale, comb through the auric field. Back to the heart. Pause. Again, last time, inhale. We're energizing our soma. Exhale. Shifting into parasympathetic nervous system. Inhale. Be the observer internally. Exhale. Hands come back to prayer position in front of the heart. And bring the arms down. I'm just curious to know if you can feel any difference now in your soma? Is there an awareness of more sensation through that pranayama movement? And coming down to the floor, lying on your back. How this translates, you guys, is it shows up in our intuition. You know, these soma scans and these points of meditation in the practice. It's how we're going to develop more awareness in everyday life. How about we just extend the legs and the arms, reorient to being horizontal. If you have pressure in your lower back, you can keep your knees bent. And right now, especially notice what's going on in your lower back. You might want to slide one hand underneath on each side and notice if there's any space. This is our pre-check. With the eyes closed, do your hips feel even, or does one feel lifted? Is one lower? And then how about the heads of the shoulder? Do they feel even, or does one feel higher or lower than the other one? These are all just questions. We're looking for contrast, if there is any awareness. And how about your length of legs? Do they feel the same, or does one leg feel longer than the other? I can share with you in my body, my left hip feels lower to the floor. My left side feels much flatter to the floor, all the way from my shoulder to my heel. And that's just information. So what do you notice about your body? All right, so bending your knees. In the Q&A, I forget when, it was either at the end of the class or at the beginning of this, somebody was asking for some flows to help open up the groin. And I was suggesting it could be the psoas. So this next movement is called the QL and low back release. It's one of my favorite whole body movements. It has a lot of different parts or pieces. So first, starting with the right hip, lift the right hip up towards the ceiling and extend through your right leg up past your knee. It's almost like you're leading your knee forward and up to lift the hip. And now slowly guide that hip back down, slow and smooth. And release all muscular effort. So with the eyes closed, lift the right hip again. And imagine your consciousness is like a flashlight. So shine your inner awareness with the area of your right hip, buttock, and lower back. Slowly come down. So we're illuminating this part of our anatomy. Release all muscular efforts. It's a small movement. One more time. Lift the right hip. Keep the left side relaxed. Keep the rest of your body soft. And slowly come down, making it smooth. If there's any skips or jumps, see what you can do to smooth it out. Release. Adding on, lift the hip, the right hip, we're staying with the right side. Roll your head to the right a little bit. Externally rotate the right arm. Bring the shoulder blade down and scoop the shoulder blade towards the spine. Without straining the neck, slowly now unwind, bring the hip down, internally rotate the arm and bring the head back to neutral. Rest, pause. It's a lot going on. So lift the right hip and pause. Rotate the arm so the palm faces open, turn the head, scoop the right shoulder blade towards the spine. Can you feel how your back muscles on the right side are engaging? Now mindfully disengage those muscle groups, bring the head back to center and internally rotate the arm. Again, lift the hip, pause, turn the head, bring the shoulder down and in, close your eyes, feel and notice what's happening internally
and unwind, come back to neutral. Bring the feet hip width apart, adding on. Lift the right hip and pause. Tuck the shoulder, roll the head, palm up, pause. Bring the knees towards each other. What do you notice when you bring your knees together? Can you feel something shifting in your pelvis? And unwind back to neutral. You don't have to do big movements. You can do small movements. You can even visualize these movements and gain benefit. Lift the right hip, tuck the right shoulder, feel that crescent moon shape of the muscles engaging in the back body, and now bring your knees towards each other. Doesn't matter if they touch, and unwind. This somatic movement flow is going to help us unlock stiffness and pain and just blockages in the pelvis and the inner groin and the low back, the psoas muscle. Lift the right hip, tuck the shoulder, roll the head, bring the knees together, pause. Without holding the breath, come back to neutral. Keep the breath natural and flowing, and release. Extend the legs, and let's do a post check. Did that change anything in your awareness with your body? Maybe slide your hand underneath your lower back. Mine is definitely closer to the floor. And also I noticed that my leg is more open, like it's more externally open now. So I'm curious to know if you can feel that. And so maybe in the shoulder as well, does that feel different? Okay, let's bend the knees and let's do the other side. Breaking it down into small parts and pieces first. Lift the left hip. This is a technique that we learned from Alexander technique. Slowly come down. Make it smooth, make it slow. We're breaking it down to the smallest parts and pieces. It's called means whereby. So lift the left hip mindfully. Notice if your head wants to turn as well, feel free. And coming out. Release all muscular effort before the next repetition. Last time, lift the hip. Extend through the top knee up and away. I don't know about you guys, but I'm finding that my left side wants to naturally start arching. Come back to neutral, rest. Adding on, lift the left hip, pause. Externally rotate that left arm, let the head roll to the left, and bring the shoulder blade towards the spine. I know it's not easy because the shoulder blade's against the floor coming out, but just do the best you can. It doesn't need to be a strong movement. It's just the intention of scooping. Lift the left hip, pause. Scoop the left shoulder, open the palm, feel that crescent moon shape of muscles contracting on the left side of the back. Mindfully disengage those muscle groups all at once. Head returns back to neutral, pause. Last time, left hip lifts. Turn with the head, open the shoulder, press it down and in. And disengage, coming back to neutral. Or as I like to say, correct neutral. Widening the feet a little more than hip width apart. Lift the hip, tuck the shoulder, bring the knees towards each other. What do you notice in your pelvis when you bring your knees together? What do you feel from the inside out? And unwind. It's really a softening, but it's a slow softening. Lift the left hip, pause. Separate movements. Tuck the shoulder, palm open, pause. Knees come towards each other. Pause. And return back to neutral mindfully. I don't remember that was 2 or 3, so I'm going to do one more. Lift the hip. Typically, I like to work in 3s with gentle somatic yoga, tuck the shoulder, and it's just because it's not necessary to do a bunch of repetitions. Bring the knees together because this is a re-education. We're not doing exercises per se. We're doing mindful, therapeutic, corrective movements. Come back to neutral. So the object is, the intention is to learn something new. So release all muscular effort, perhaps bring the legs down. So what I mean is that if we were to keep doing a bunch of repetitions, we may not stay aware of all the subtleties. And that's not we're not trying to, well, that's enough said. Just encouraging you to not overdo it in this practice. How do you feel? Has your body rearranged itself? Especially the lower half? I can report from my side that both my hips feel more even now, and I feel flatter to the floor. So how do you feel? Do you notice anything like that? Feeling a little more connected maybe? Okay, there's one more piece to this. Hang in there. If you haven't done this with me before, just have fun with it. So let's break it down to all the parts and pieces. The feet are a little bit more than hip width apart. Lift the right hip and hold it there. Tuck the right shoulder, let your head roll to the right. Bring the knees together. Now keep it here for a moment. Notice how the left hip is firmly on the floor and the right hip is off the floor. We'll now make the decision to lift the left hip off the floor. And when you do, open the knees and let your head come back to neutral. And with your hips in the air, keep turning and tilting the hips so that the right hip comes down first, followed then by the left. So you're basically rolling the hips in the air and release all muscular effort. We're going to do it 2 more times. Lift the right hip, feel it from the inside out. Bring the shoulder down, pause. Bring the knees together, pause. Okay, keep it here. Now, listen carefully. Lift the left hip off the floor. Start rotating your hips in the air. Head comes back to center. Release muscular contraction with the right arm. And then set the right hip down first, followed by the left, massaging the lower back on the floor. In fact, you can even tilt your pelvis under to get more contact with your lower back. Let's try it again. Lift the right hip, right shoulder down, knees together, and then lift the hip, rotate the hip slow and smooth. Release muscular contraction in the upper back and just focus on the hips. Maybe tuck the pelvis when the right hip touches the floor. Massage the lower back as the left hip comes down and pause. So now this is a whole body movement. Left hip up. It could also be considered integration. Left shoulder down, head rolls to the left, knees together, pause. Okay, ready? Then lift the right hip off the floor, disengage the muscles of the left shoulder, head comes to neutral. Keep rotating the hips in the air. Left hip touches first. Massage the lower back. Right hip comes down and release. One more time. Left hip comes up. Tuck the shoulder. Knees together. Pause. Lift the right hip. And just enjoy the movement of the hips being free like this, balancing on the heels. Left hip and right hip. Last time, lift the left hip. Bring the shoulder down to the left side. Knees come towards each other. Lift the hip up. The head comes back to neutral. Make it graceful, make it easy, make it smooth. Left hip touches, followed by the right. And release all muscular effort. Maybe bringing the knees to the chest. Massaging the lower back on the floor. Also release the tension in the neck so the head can kind of roll as well, naturally. Move the opposite direction. If anybody knows Happy Baby, you're welcome to do that as well. Happy Baby is if you can reach the inner soles of your feet, or you can also hold on to your pant legs if you want to, or your knees, and just rock side to side. Again, let your head be wobbly. Bring your knees down and just massage the lower back. And extend the legs. Adjust your clothes. Maybe rolling the head left and right. Cleansing breath. Release all of the instructions from the mental mind. And enjoy the benefits of your efforts expressed through the awareness of internal sensation. Allow the energy to move freely. Just observe. Perhaps you can feel the pulsation of your own life force, your heartbeat. Called the Soma scans. You want to do a post check? Has the curvature of your lower back, has that decreased? It's natural to have curves in our spine. I'm not suggesting that we're trying to remove the curves from our spine. It's just that when we have the green light reflex, remember when I showed you that call to attention reflex? When the muscles stay contracted when we're relaxing, that's not good. That's where the lactic acid builds up. That's where pain develops. So temporarily, at least for now, those muscles are long. And it's nice to have that choice point. Muscles are just turned off. We have more flow. The connective tissue is more elastic. All right, so let's please roll over onto your side. How about the right side? It's so nice, you guys. On my main computer, I can see me because I need to make sure that I'm in the frame. But I have a second computer and I see all of you over here. It's really comforting to see each of you in your beautiful spaces. It's very colorful. Okay, so this next two flows I'm going to connect together. It's called the Celtic Cross and also Side Crunch. Now, remember I talked about the trauma reflex and how sometimes the muscles on just the side of the body can stay reflexively contracted. So that's what we're going to work out right now, is we're going to work out the effects from the trauma reflex. All right, so with the left shoulder and the arm resting on your side body, the knees are bent at right angles from your hips and your ankles right angles from your knees. It's like you're sitting in a chair sideways. Okay, and then bring the head of the shoulder back behind you and roll your palm open. Can you feel the muscles engaging behind your shoulder blade, the rhomboids, trapezius. Slowly come back to neutral and rest. Try a different angle. Can you bring your shoulder blade maybe back and up? You might want to even arch the back perhaps. And then coming out of that mindfully. Feel free to let your head follow the movement, rest. Third time, pick a different position to bring your shoulder behind you. Palm raises up, but the arm is still on your side. So aim for a part that wants to be illuminated. What part of your back wants to be woken up, awakened, coming out slowly, smooth, and release. Because I said that quickly, let's do one more. So pick a movement, create a body shape where your body just says, oh yeah, I want to go right there. So pick a spot that just feels like it wants to be highlighted and release consciously and letting go. All right, and now with the left shoulder, bring it forward, tuck your thumb underneath you and bring the shoulder towards the chest. Squeeze and mindfully release. I forgot to mention, you probably have done it already. Feel free to grab something for your head, but you're also welcome to rest on your arm, your shoulder as well. And again, bring the shoulder forward. Let's bring it at a different angle, a different vector. How about down and forward? Can you feel the muscles of the chest engaging, maybe even a bit of your transverse abdominal muscles? And unwind mindfully back to neutral. Make sure you released all muscles before doing the next one. How about bringing the shoulder up more towards the clavicle bone? We hold a lot of stress in the upper chest. Can you consciously engage those muscles of the neck coming down into the ribs and unwind? And then bring the hand down past the hip. Notice that the side body wants to start to shorten and come back to neutral. So the hips tilt. So reach with the hand in a different angle, maybe behind a little bit, and encourage the hip to come towards the armpit. And the head stays down. And then reach with the hand in a different position, a different angle. The arm reaches, shorten the side body, and come back to neutral. Good. And then last part of the sequence is bring the shoulder to your ear. If your neck feels safe, you can also lift your head. So again, we're shortening the insertion and the origin of those muscles, and then we're intentionally lengthening them. It's even nice to take, if you're laying on something, oops, I just knocked over my water. Uh-oh. I'm gonna let that do its thing for a second. So let the head come all the way down and rest. And again, pick up the head if you want to. Otherwise, you can just shrug your shoulder, or you can think about picking up your head. If it feels safe, you can also rotate the head so the nose comes up towards the ceiling, and then coming down and release all muscular effort. And then last time, shoulder to ear, ear to shoulder. Even if you're visualizing it, change the angle in which you bring your shoulder blade up, and then disengage mindfully and rest. Let's integrate those 4 points. Oh my goodness. By rolling the shoulder in big circles. So let's bring the shoulder blade back, down, and forward and around. So this is an interesting integration movement where you might be able to find signs of sensory motor amnesia. Some of you might feel that there's parts of the circle that are missing. So just notice that if you can create a big round circle. Is there points where you can't feel as much? Is there any ratcheting or clicking? And if there is, then do you want to do some micro movements and kind of like explore that part of the circle? And then let's reverse the circle. So now the arm is going to go down and back and up. Make sure that your body is not holding any secret tension anywhere in the face, the belly, that the breath is natural. And come back to neutral and pause. I'm adding part of what I call the restore the core in the side crunch before we do the other side. If it's available for your arm, please wrap your arm up over your head to cradle your opposite ear. Keep your knees together and just lift the top ankle. And now lift the elbow towards the hips. You're coming into the side sit up. As best you can, keep the neck long. In other words, try not to bring the ear to the shoulder. Okay, from this position, bring the arm back over the head and the knee, the ankle down and rest. So relax muscular effort. Okay, and now keep the knees together, lift the ankle, lift the elbow. Can you feel the muscles of the side body engaging? Now this time, as you come down, can you bring your shoulder to the side and open up the chest and the heart to the ceiling? Pause. You might need to move the pillow if you're on one or blanket. This feels so good to open up this part of the body for my soma. So only moving this way if it feels good to you, bring it back to neutral. And let's start it again. This time we're going to add one more piece. Lift the elbow, lift the ankle. How about extending the leg out in front, the top leg out in front as you open up the chest? If your body doesn't like this, then go back to something that feels better. And if your body does like this, then let's keep doing it one more time, last time. Lift. How about bringing the elbow towards the knees, engaging more of that transverse abdominal muscles and the muscles of the lats and the intercostals. But let's open up again if that feels good, maybe even releasing the arm and open and let go. Okay, and then lying on your back, let's do a post check. While you guys are lying here in this position, I'm going to get a towel because I spilled my water. So just make yourself comfortable and notice how you feel. And does your left side feel different than your right side? Especially in the shoulder and the lower back. Curious to know if you feel if the left side feels more fluid, more open, closer to the ground. And what does the right shoulder feel like in contrast? Okay, and let's change sides. Come into this shape where the knees are perpendicular to your hips and your top arm is resting on your side body. Your hand is just draping off your hips. And then let's explore again the muscles behind the shoulder blades. So bring the shoulder blade back towards the spine. Hug the muscles between your shoulder blade and the spine. And then slowly let go, come back to neutral. Pick a different angle. Bring the shoulder blade back to a different point. So aim for the part that wants to you just feel like you want to go there. And again, another angle. Rolling the shoulder forward, tuck the thumb under, engage the muscles in front of the chest, in front of the heart. And release. Draw your shoulder in front to a different angle. What can you discover with your eyes closed? What do you feel? And come back to neutral. Choose another angle. Hopefully you're choosing an angle you can feel the muscles coming down from your neck down into your chest. And come back to neutral. And now extending the top arm, shorten your right side body, tilt the hip to the armpit, and release. Really make sure it's tempting to keep going. Let's find another angle. It's often tempting to keep the repetitions going. You have to train ourselves to really just wait until we can be sure that we're in a neutral place. Before we do the next one more time, change the angle, tilt the hip, engage your side body, and coming out mindfully back to neutral. And then bringing the ear to the shoulder to the ear, and disengage. A lot of us carry tension in this part of our body. I like to move the prop away from my head so I can feel the lengthening with my neck. If that feels good to you, try it out. It's not necessary to lift the head, it's just an option. Feel free to rotate the head if you want. You can feel different muscle groups each time you change the angle. Ah, it feels so good. If you want to bring the prop for your head, that's fine. Integration, big circles with the shoulder. Bring the shoulder up, bring the shoulder back, bring the shoulder down and around. Okay, so the arm stays on your side body, but it can externally rotate when the shoulder goes back, and it can internally rotate when it comes forward. And if you move slow enough, you might discover that sensory motor amnesia, that temporary loss of voluntary control. And so it's like I just, for example, I heard some crunching at one point in the circle somewhere near my collarbone. So in my soma, I'm going to investigate, I'm going to explore what part of the movement did I hear that? And then I'm going to use my anatomy like a human eraser, and I'm going to erase that sensory motor amnesia by bringing mindful movement to that part of the body, but not longer than 20 seconds or so, because we don't want to instigate the stretch reflex. Remember where the body recoils because it feels like it's in danger? We want to avoid that. So let's reverse, if you haven't already, the direction. When I'm in my live groups, when I'm walking around the circle and I'm watching people in this, I'm surprised often there's pieces of of circle that are missing. And when I bring it to the attention to the person, they're not even aware of it. And that's how sensory motor amnesia is we temporarily forget. And it can show up as numbness. So ask yourself with the eyes closed, is your shoulder making a full circle? Or is parts of it gone? Does your shoulder kind of skip over a part and then continue? And if so, then just go back and forth and see if you can connect those dots to make the circle whole or more round. And rest. Moving into the side crunch, bring your arm up and over with the knees together. Lift the top ankle, come up into a side sit-up. The reason why the hand is over the top of the head is to pick up some of the weight of the head so that you're not straining. The neck muscles don't have to work so hard. Try a different angle. Come up perhaps with your elbow towards your lower back, keeping your neck as long as you can. This is a new one that feels really good to my soma, which is to bring the elbow back. And then when I come down, open the chest, extend the top leg. There's something about this for me that just feels super good. Feel free to explore that. Returning back to neutral each time in the start position. So for example, if you're following along with me, there is a temporary stretch here. And then we come out. So when you're ready, if you'd like to come back to a soma scan, find your mat or your blanket or your floor and come down and observe yourself from the inside out. How do you feel? What do you notice? Do your shoulders feel more even now? Do they feel similar distance to the floor? Sometimes it's hard to remember how we felt before because the new sensations just seem so nice. You know, like I can definitely remember when I first laid down on my back at the beginning of the day, how I just felt kind of lifted off the ground. And I don't know about you, but I'm feeling much more closer to the ground, like my body feels softer and more open. Do you notice that? All right. So when you're ready, please roll off to your side and come back to a seated position. I want to demonstrate something. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling some tightness, like in that last one, and the side crunch, and also part of the Celtic cross. In my soma, I can feel that the muscles close to my neck, they're feeling kind of stiff. So
I'm oftentimes knowing if I'm feeling something in my body, you might be feeling it in your body too. So this next one is called the somatic neck release. And it's very effective to relieve that tension fairly easily. So this is done on your belly. And the hands are a little bit wider and above your shoulders. Now, from this position, if you pick up your head with your cheek parallel to the floor, and then intentionally tucking the chin, so you're lengthening through the top of the head, pressing down through your elbows, moving really slow and smooth, and then pausing, and then coming down slow, and then release. Now, if this is too much for you, you can use your hands and you can rest your forehead on your hands, and your head doesn't have to be so far turned to the left or to the right. So you can modify and lift your head up at different angles, but the instructions are the same to keep your chin tucked while you're turning the head. That's very important. Okay, so you have a choice point of how much you want to start and end the movement. All right, so if you'll please come to the floor on your belly. And let's start with the right ear on the floor, looking to the left. And then you choose how far you want to lift your head. It doesn't have to be super far. Your hands are helping. You can tuck the pelvis too. Press your pelvis into the floor to extend your lower back. Tuck the chin. Begin rotating. So the pelvis is pushing against the floor to create some length in the lumbar spine. I forgot that tip. And then slowly come down. Release all muscular effort. Lift the head. Pause. Push the pelvis, so take out some of the curve in your lower back, and then tuck the chin. Rotate the head to the other side. Pause. And then witness from the inside out the muscles releasing and letting go. 2 more times. Lift the head. Push down with the pelvis if that feels good. Create some length in the neck before you turn the head. Make it smooth. Make it slow. And come down. And then last time, pick the head up. Turn the head. And lower the head. And release. From here, I'm going to invite us to come back to a seated position. If you can push yourself up to hands and knees, or you can just roll over. We're going to do one more somatic movement flow called foot sliders. Sitting up. And again, I'm choosing this. It wasn't on my curriculum, but I just feel this intuitive sense to make sure that the muscles attaching to the occiput down to the middle part of the back, that these are going to remain nice and long after the class. So you're going to need something soft to push your feet across. So you may need to roll up. If you're on a yoga mat, it's going to be too sticky. So you can roll up your yoga mat and just be on the floor, for example. So sitting up nice and tall with your hands wrapped around your legs, look up to the ceiling and pick a spot on the ceiling with your eyes that you can remember. This is the pre-check. Come back to neutral. Bring your hands behind you with the fingers pointing away. Bring your heels in a little closer to the hips. And just let your upper body hang out. There's no need to be in a rigid position. Let your body, just upper body, relax. Bringing the right foot out on the floor, Foot is flat. Pivot on the heel and point the toes to the floor. And then flatten the foot on the floor. Slide the foot back. Keep the ball of the foot on the floor and just lift and spread the toes. Flatten the foot. Slide the right foot out. But the leg doesn't go straight. Try to avoid, taking the leg all the way out. So it pivots on the heel and you can feel the muscles in the bottom of your foot engaging. If it starts cramping, then do less muscle engagement. Flatten the foot. Slide it back. Lift and spread the toes. Toes come down. Push the foot out. What do you notice on the level of internal felt sensation? Lift. So close your eyes. Let this be a meditation focusing on the anatomy of your foot and ankle and knee. One more time, bring the foot out. Pivot on the heel. And bring the foot back. And this time, can you create a wave with your toes, picking one toe up at a time and bringing each toe up and down in a sequence. And just do the best you can. And reverse directions. And rest. Bring the hands around the knees. Sit up nice and tall. And extend the head up and back. And just notice if you've changed your range of motion. And if you have experienced that, that means the muscles have lengthened in your back from your neck to the middle part of your back. So let's do the other side. Extending the left foot out. Pivot on the heel. Point the toes down. Flatten the foot. Slide it back. Keep the ball of the foot flat on the floor and just lift the toes. Slide that foot out. Pivot on the heel. Flatten the foot so that's just part by part, piece by piece. Mindful movement. At your own pace. Just notice if you're carrying any secret tension anywhere. Let it go. Are your shoulders relaxed? How about your jaw, forehead? Sometimes when we're concentrating, we tend to bring our eyebrows together. So whatever it is, if you find anything, just soften that part of the body and keep focusing on the movement of the left foot. Last time, one more repetition cycle. And how about make that wave with the toes, bringing one toe up at a time in sequence. So you're intending to articulate this movement, much like we did beads on a necklace, while we're bringing one vertebrae down at a time. Same with the toes, and go the opposite direction. And then let's do our final post check. Bring your arms around the knees, sit up nice and tall. Safely tip your head back and notice if you further increased your range of motion. And come back to neutral. So hopefully I feel much better. I don't know about you guys, but that actually feels, I feel much more free in the neck and upper shoulders. Thanks for following along. I'd like to finish just in a very short seated meditation. If you'd like to sit on something, feel free. And while we're sitting here together, I'm going to visualize each of us as like crystal points, because we are crystalline in structure. And I'm just going to imagine touching each of you like rays of energy as we wrap around the planet, just connecting in this intent of peace and love and openness. Let's just close our eyes and perhaps doing some micro movements in the hips. Like really ask yourself, is while you're sitting here, is there anything that you can do? This might be breaking a habit. Can you change your head position or your shoulder position or your pelvis? And then when you find that sweet spot, let's take a cleansing breath in through the nose, out through the mouth. Let's just come into some stillness. How do you feel? What's the quality or the state of your awareness now for all this movement, this mindful movement? How do you feel from the inside out? And blink your eyes open. If you'd like to join me, I'd like to do 3 rounds of ohms. And if you haven't done this before, Om is a very old mantra, thousands of years, and it basically, it's when I chant this, it just makes me feel so connected to myself and the universe. I'm just going to imagine reaching and touching each one of you, and let's imagine our friends and our family and people that haven't been here today, and let's just extend out feelings of love and peace as we chant together 3 times. So if you'd like to join me, rub the hands together, build some heat, and take a deep breath in through the nose and exhale with the Om sound. Om. Let's rub the hands together again. Again, sending messages of love and peace far and wide. Take a deep breath in. And this last time, let's place our hands on our own body. At the end of the Om, take a deep breath in, place the hands on our body. Om. Just receiving our own loving touch with the mantra, thank you, I love you. Thank you, I love you. Thank you, I love you. Gently blink your eyes open. Thank you so much, you guys. Felt you. Love and peace. Namaste. Whew. Okay. Just a short break, you guys. I'm going to bring my chair closer up to the computer. We're going to finish with going through the learning laboratory through each of the somatic movement flows. So again, if you want to bring your notes with your pen, I'm happy to answer questions to help you with your practice, or if you know somebody that might need some support with something they're going on with their body, I'm happy to do that as well. Nice, Marion. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, okay. Hey, Sharon, I didn't see you earlier. Sonia, it's such a delight to see you. I think about you from time to time. Yeah, wow. All right, you guys. Oh, it's nice to receive your comments. Thank you. It's really, I can't describe this experience. I feel so altered right now. It's such an unusual way to connect in this strange time frame, isn't it? And what a gift we can come together like this. And somehow, I guess it just gets conveyed. So I really appreciate your willingness to practice with me. So Kimberly, are you here?
I am, and we have some questions.
Okay.
Jennifer asks, what can you do in the side crunch if you are cramping up? The whole sequence made me crampy.
Okay, and what areas of your body are you cramping?
Jennifer, you can unmute yourself.
Ursula. Okay, it was in the side and in my right calf.
Right calf?
Like
Did you say?
Yeah.
Sorry, you're I'm not hearing the whole thing.
Okay.
Can you ask the question again?
Okay, so when we were doing the whole sequence that led up to the side crunch, I was starting, at first I was fine, and then I was starting to get cramping sensation first in my calf. And then once we got into the side crunch, then it was like cramping in the side and the calf. And I actually I stopped. I was like, nope, I'm done. So I'm just wondering, am I trying too hard, or what do you think is going on there?
Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't heard that reaction before, the calf, because we're lying on our side body. Are you a runner, a walker? Do you use your legs often in an exercise?
Well, I'm a yoga teacher, and I did have, last year I had cervical surgery from C3 through C7. So I'm wondering if that has anything to do with, I don't know.
Okay, well, first of all, good for you that you stopped. That's really important, because your body was giving you a signal that something wasn't right, right? And you know, there is an art. It's very hard to describe this, but hopefully I can convey it. Is like, what's enough? You know, like I can tell you that when I go to the Hannah Somatic Convention, the years that I've been able to go, I'm amazed that the technique of pendiculation when you're working with somebody is called assisted pendiculation. This is actually something I teach in General Somatic Yoga level 3, but it's when you're working one-on-one, and it's the feedback is lighter and lighter. In other words, there doesn't have to be a huge muscular effort to receive benefit. In fact, the less is more, because you have to tune in on even more subtle levels. So if you're coming up into the side crunch, it's just the awareness of sensation that can be enough. It doesn't have to be like the whole like gripping, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like it can just be like aware, 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 aware. And it's the subtleties that help strengthen the neural pathways. Without being there with you, I wouldn't know that, but I will ask that to you. Do you feel like you could lessen some of your efforts?
This is my ongoing practice that you know, I have a tendency to like, you know, think that more is more. I need to think less is more. So yeah, that could
Well,
be it.
it's our culture. It's not just you. And I'm guessing that must be it, because of how you described your sensations starting at your calf. It made me wonder, we're not even using our calf in this movement, you know? So but I mean, your knees are together and you're lifting, but you said before the side crunch, that would be in the Celtic cross. We're not even using our legs. So yeah, I would say I would say if this is 100%, go to like 40% and practice at 40%, and then challenge yourself 20%. It might feel annoying and it might feel unsatisfying at first. That's the way it was for me. Like when I went to the conventions, I would feel kind of annoyed. Like I'm like, give me something more to work with, you know, because there's less sensation. But guess what? The less sensation means the more sensory motor amnesia.
Right.
So it's really a different way of approaching your body, my body as well, is hanging out and waiting for a sensation. You have to do that when you're putting less effort.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Victoria asks, if someone has an SI joint problem, would you recommend to avoid some of the somatic movements?
Gosh, you guys, this is going to go against a lot of things that you've heard, and I'm sure there's some physical therapists, maybe even some doctors in the group. Like I said in the last Q&A, I feel like movement is important. Mindful, conscious movement. We're meant to be moving. Now, we don't want to move so that the body goes into a reflex, right? We want to avoid the reflex of protection, okay? But there's ways to be with ourselves and kind of like kiss the edges. So with an SI joint issue, for example, with the QL and low back release, that came the second somatic movement flow. Do you guys mind if I just back up a little bit? Then I can kind of stay on track. I'll answer the question. So first we started with Namaste flow, because I think some of you want to write down the sequence. So first was a Namaste flow. And that's where we started off with pranayama, right? And we already talked about the benefits of that, is that we're energizing our soma, we're shifting our brain waves into alpha brainwave, hopefully parasympathetic nervous system, because we're preparing our brain to learn something new. So that's why I chose Namaste flow. Just a nice, gentle way to begin. And then after that, we moved into the QL low back release. So back to this question about the SI joint, I find this one can be really useful for that area. So if there's challenges in that area, then how beautiful that we can start with this small movement, you know, just by lifting the hip. It doesn't have to come up very far, but we're effective. So everybody, the SI joint is right here in the lower back next to the spine.
Sometimes you can, if you see someone not wearing clothes, it's like their two little dimples in the side up above their butt. That's the area of the SI joint. And this is the part of the body that we're talking about right now. Oftentimes the psoas is involved with that pain, depending on what it is. And so just a simple movement and changing the angle of the movement. Maybe we even come off to the side and explore some creative movement where we're going to pause with a contraction and slowly let go. So what I'm trying to say is that most people can find a position with their body to explore that anatomical focus. So you might have to get creative, but like even this position, I've never done it before, but extending through the knee and then bringing the hip back again, I can feel this area and it's pretty safe. I'm not putting any load on that joint. I'm just exploring how that muscle can move. And that's what I do when I'm with people one-on-one is I've worked with people before that can't even stand up. They're in so much pain. And so I'll get on the bed with them or the couch, and it's just creating small movements. And I might even need to do the movement for that person at first. Like, can you see my hand is on my hip? So I might help them kind of get into this motion and then ask them to take over. And they may not get it right at first, but then you help them a little bit, have them, so that's the way is wherever there's pain in the body, just treat it really safely and get creative with a movement that you can do that's close to that area. Start there. Does that make sense? Is that helpful?
Everybody's nodding, so I think that was yes.
Okay, and you guys, this is kind of hard for me to give, these are general answers, because you're not right here with me. But so if I'm saying something that doesn't resonate, feel free to keep asking, because I want to make sure that you feel satisfied with at least a departure point. You know what I mean? And of course, you can always email us at customercare@gentlesomaticyoga.com. Customer care will go to Kimberly, and then Kimberly can get the question to me if she can't answer it. So, so QL and low back release. I just find that is a really great somatic movement flow. There was a question, I think, earlier about, if I have SMA, what are the top 3 movements to do? And I was kind of surprised by that because, it's like, gosh, what, I didn't really choose. This is one that I would choose because it affects a lot of different muscle groups. And then I chose to add the hips up in the air. I don't always teach that because it's complicated, but I just had this intuitive sense that I wanted to give that to you guys because it's more of integrative. So I can break it down if you guys wanted to write this down because there's a lot of parts and pieces. If you want to keep practicing this on your own. The first, of course, was just the hip, right? And this does affect the area of the SI joint and also the psoas muscle. So that the knee comes up and away. So it doesn't do this and it doesn't do this. It's more just straight up and the knee comes out. And then you can bring the hip back down. So we did that for 3 repetitions. And then we added the shoulder. So the shoulder goes down by externally rotating the arm. And then when I say scoop, like when I think of like a scoop, like an ice cream scoop, even though we can't do that because the floor is there, the intention is to scoop the shoulder in towards the spine. So it looks like this. Okay. And at the very minimum, you can press the shoulder blade down because, and so what that does, I'm sure you felt it, is the muscles contract on just one side of the back. How often do we do a movement where we isolate just one side of the body and the back muscles? And the brain loves this. So that's why we do this movement is we add the shoulder pressing down and in so that we can activate the paravertebral muscles that go all the way up the spine, the QL, the latissimus, the trapezius, the rhomboids. And then you notice that the instructions were then to release everything at the same time back to neutral. We do that 3 times. Then the feet became wider than hip width apart so that we can add the knees. So hip lifts, also the head rolls on the floor into this crescent moon shape. Knees come together. Now, I don't know about you guys, but my body loves this movement. We carry so much tension in our coccyx and the sacrum. And for me, when the knees come together, there's a widening of a widening sensation. And when the knees come back, then the muscles come back in again. So I don't know very many movements that can isolate the muscles so close to that part of the body. When I ask my students, many people don't have that sensation. So maybe it's just unique to me, but there's definitely, that's what the knees are doing. Coming together is just bringing a different part of a different, more awareness to the lower back. And many people, they've fallen and they've broken their coccyx. And that causes all kinds of problems later in life. So I just feel like this is a safe way to access that part of the soma. And then of course, then we come out all together at once. And then we did the other side. Well, first, then we came into a soma scan, right? To see if there's been any changes. And then and we did the other side, and then we did the hip rotation. So we break it down into parts and pieces. Right hip lifts, right shoulder tucks, head rolls, knees come in. They're all separate pieces of instruction. Then hip lifts, and at the same time, simultaneously, head rolls, knees open, shoulder releases, right hip comes down, followed by the left. And what I meant by with the tip, if you tuck your pelvis under while your hip is coming down, then your lower back touches the floor. And that's different than an arch. If your hips were arched, you're not going to feel your lower back. So I don't know if that tip was conveyed well with my instructions, but that's what I meant was when the hip lifts and rotates, the pelvis tucks under, and then one down, and then the other. So, and then we did, of course, the integration movement. I think it's nice to do something because there was so much movement in the lower, especially the sacrum and the lower spine. And then, of course, we came into soma scan. Any questions or tips or guidelines that I can offer?
Renee said that was a really nice addition. The pelvis tuck, it felt really good. So we're getting some good thumbs up with
Awesome.
that.
Okay, cool. I'm kind of running out of time, you guys. I want to make sure that I go through the whole list. Can I just do that quickly, and then maybe either write your questions in the chat, because I want to make sure that I can at least you can write down the flow.
Yeah, there's actually only one last question. Nobody else has asked after that.
Oh, okay. Okay, can you hold that question then?
Yeah,
Kimberly?
absolutely.
Okay, cool. So then we did Celtic Cross, and the reason why I called it Celtic Cross, if you guys have ever been to Ireland, Scotland, England, you know, there's a round circle with an equal cross, and that's what we do with our shoulder in this somatic movement flow. And this is one of my favorite to release tension, chronic tension in the neck and shoulders. I think, you know what, now that I think about it, you guys, I wasn't resting my head on the pillow because I have my earbuds in. So I wanted to make sure it wasn't a muffled sound. So I was practicing with my neck muscles contracted. That's why I was feeling discomfort, I'm sure later on. Now I know why. So we chose the direction of moving the shoulder blade back for 3 times. And I want to show you some tips. So getting creative, I just feel like sensory motor amnesia, remember, is not only pain, it's numbness. And I can tell you that my upper back sometimes, I don't really have a lot of contact with it. So I don't know about you guys, but this is a very satisfying movement to engage the rhomboid muscles and the trapezius in different angles. For me, that squeeze feels really good. Like, oh yeah, like there's parts that just, how can I describe it? It's like my body wants to go there. So I was hoping to convey that. If that's true for you, is you just change the angle, change the vector of where there's, parts that want to be illuminated. And so I think that you can probably do that up to 5 repetitions. I may have only done 3 or 4, but I think that a few more would be fine with that. And then I invited you guys to bring your shoulder forward. And just think of it. Think of all the muscles that come down from the neck, that come down through the neck, the scalenes, sternocleidomastoid, they all come down below our neck. If you can feel and palpate, the neck muscles come all the way down and they attach here. And then remember the startle reflex, where we want to remember the reflex of like the red light reflex. So many of us, fear is just part of life. But if we're not conscious of it, that's why some of us have postures that are kind of rounding through the shoulders. So I love this part of the Celtic cross. That's the muscles that we're intending to re-educate and turn on again, is the muscles of the red light reflex. So it's quite profound when we release the deep tension here in our chest. We just free up a lot more than just the muscles. And then, of course, we're reaching down, activating the trauma reflex muscles, unwinding from that, and then lifting the head to the shoulder to the ear. It's my preference to do that, but some people, like I forget, somebody asked a question that had surgery with your cervical spine. It may not be safe to do that, or maybe you can just mindfully contract the muscles without lifting the head, because again, I feel like movement is important. So even if you just find some way to contract, as long as you can make that mindful release. And also I gave you the tip, if you could lift your head, then sometimes turning the nose at the head accesses different muscle groups in a different way. So those are the 4 angles, complete with integration with the shoulder roll. And again, I was encouraging you to make micro movements if you found sensory motor amnesia in any part of the movement. Oftentimes I see a lot of chatter when people bring their shoulder blade back. When I'm observing people, it's like click, 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 and then round, click, click, click. And remember, as I was suggesting that pain is our friend, or sensory motor amnesia is our friend, because that's where we get to go to reclaim ourselves. That's where we get to go and shine our light of consciousness and bring that part of ourself back. Somatic awakening. So that's those are the tips with the Celtic cross. Then we went into the side crunch. This comes from another sequence. I just picked it out of another sequence and put it in here because people that sit a lot like me, I need to activate. Remember I was talking about underused tissue? And I forget when, I said some of the muscle or the fascia is overused and some is underused. I don't twist very much these days. I'm sitting a lot, or I'm walking, and I'm more like front and back, front and back, front and back, and I have to remind myself, like, just do some spontaneous movement to keep energized the muscles and the tissue of the side body. So that's why I chose side crunch, to bring back memory. Also, the transverse abdominal muscles is part of the trauma reflex. So one of the choices was bringing the head forward and back, forward towards the knees with a twist. And then I invited you to explore the muscles in the back body. And then my favorite new one that I just made up, and I want to encourage you guys to do the same, is coming into a position where it's just more open, and that's when I knocked over my water. And again, with the guideline of not holding it longer than 3 seconds. That's my preference in general somatic yoga, to keep my body in the parasympathetic. And then we came on our back and witnessed if there was contrast left and right. Whenever we get a chance in general somatic yoga, highly recommend to keep witnessing the changes as they occur. I'm almost finished. Let's see, then after the side crunch, I chose the somatic neck release. Not everybody has this rotation in the neck. I think a lot of people have chronic pain and stiffness in the neck. So I gave the modification of, you can rest your forehead on the back of your hands, and you only have to turn your head a little bit. Like this would be just as effective as anything else. Again, encouraging at least some movement, or at least visualizing the movement. But I demonstrated with my hands out to the side. I don't have any major issues with my neck. So to me, this feels good. You lift your head. I gave the tip of pushing the pelvis down to lengthen the lumbar spine. There's a pause here, and then elongating through the top of the head by dropping the chin and coming to the other side, pause, and lowering the head to the floor, release all muscular effort. Now, you don't need to come up very high. You can come up to here, just so that the forehead just glazes the floor. I think I demonstrated with my head up here. It's mostly because I'm talking, but I see a lot of students up here, and that's really not very safe. It's safer to stay closer to the floor so that spine can be elongated. And then the foot sliders. That's when I think this is one of my favorite, a lot of people's favorite, is because we're working the bottom of the foot. And here we're working more with the fascial lines. If you've studied any of Meyer's work with the fascial trains, there's fascia that goes from the foot all the way through the back body, where it's more condensed to the top of the forehead. So in this movement of moving the foot in these different positions, releases the fascia of the back body. And also in reflexology, the curve of the big toe affects the neck. The whole body is mapped on a foot. I don't know if you know that. So the head, the teeth, the jaw, the neck, this is the thoracic spine, this is the lower spine, and this is the coccyx. So that's the quick way of explaining why the foot sliders works, to release the capitis muscles. They're the muscles that attach to the skull here, and they go down to the middle part of the back. There's three pairs of muscles. And for those of us that spend a lot of time looking down, those muscles get fatigued because of the weight of the head. So that's why I chose the foot sliders. I've never put the foot sliders at the end of a class, I don't think ever before. But I don't know about you guys, but after I did that and we were sitting together, I just felt so much lighter. And it could have been because my neck was strained with the Celtic cross. But how did you guys feel? Did that feel like a good sequence to end with foot sliders? Kind of gentle, easy. Yeah. So I just talked again really fast, but are there any questions with any of those? Namaste flow, QL low back release, Celtic cross, side crunch, somatic neck release, and foot sliders. Anything that I can help anybody modify, or if you have any condition that you're working on right now that I might be able to answer, or any question about the PowerPoint presentation with some of the neuroscience, stretch reflex,
Carrie was asking a question because she's having some issues with her right arm and hand going to sleep and going numb. And she's wondering if that shoulder movement would help, or is there something else you would recommend with that?
The Celtic cross, I would not do the side crunch for now. I would just work with the Celtic cross for a while. I wouldn't lift the head. I would just make it really simple and smooth for a while. And then maybe the neck release, but only maybe two repetition cycles. So not very many repetitions. I would recommend. Oh, and then the foot sliders. Start with the foot sliders, then Celtic cross, and then maybe the neck release, and then lie on your back in a body scan, Soma scan.
Okay, and then we have Priscilla says, excuse my ignorance as this is my introduction to somatics, which
Okay,
there's
welcome.
never any crazy questions. We love them all. I have super tight glutes and sore hip flexors. Where do I look for somatic exercises for these parts?
Hip flexors and hamstrings.
Did I read that right? Yes. Super tight glutes and hip flexors, sore hip flexors.
Okay. Well, with the hip flexors, the part of the QL and low back release when you're lifting your hip, that can help with the hip flexors. While you're down with the neck release, you could add an extra piece. After you do a couple of rounds of neck release, then you can place your hand underneath your cheek and lift your elbow and your opposite leg leading with your opposite heel. Pause here and then slowly come down and release all muscular effort. That's one way, a nice way to reach the glutes and the hamstrings. And with this, the shoulder is down on the opposite shoulder is on the ground. And I think the best way to answer that is if you can send me an email, I'll send you some instructions because I didn't choose a lot of somatic movement flows today for the legs. Next deep dive I will, for sure. But if you want to email me, I'll send you some other ideas. So welcome to the Somatic tribe.
Oh, so exciting to have new people in here. Adrian asks, would you maybe sequence side crunch and flamingo flowing into that?
Into what? Into which?
Maybe she's asking side crunch, then flamingo flowing. Adrian, would you like to unmute and clarify?
Yeah, what I was thinking was after side crunch, just going right into flamingo, because you were almost kind of doing that.
So you'd come up to here. Oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah, especially when you're adding this part of the flamingos. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I just did the lighthouse. Oh my gosh, my dreams are going to be crazy tonight. Okay, so here's the side crunch. And okay, yeah, because this is almost like the start point for a flamingo. So definitely, yeah, I've never done that before, but that would be delicious, especially if it was towards the end of class. So you guys, those of you, I'm guessing that there are other GSY teachers, and so they're asking questions how to sequence some of the somatic movement flows. And I didn't do the flamingo today, but it looks like this. And I would say definitely that would be a great choice.
It's one of my favorites. Thank you.
Yeah, me too. You're welcome.
Great. I actually love the look of that. It just looks so relaxing, just rolling.
It's so good.
Can't wait to try that. Maria asks, James, would changing the angle of your ankle or foot be beneficial in foot sliders? And I already know the answer to that one.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So here's the foot sliders. So yeah, I think it could be interesting to, slide on the side of your foot. And yeah, so definitely that's the quick answer, Maria, is, try it with different angles, as long as it's not hurting or putting you in a compromised position. So yes.
That's one thing to mention with most of these flows that you've taught me. Just so everybody knows, I have a lot of chronic pain that James is helping me with, is that to always change the movements up a little bit. Just a different angle helps tremendously.
Yeah, once you've learned the somatic movement flows and you have the basic structure, then you can start changing the angle, micro movements, but not so that you're fidgeting. Like there's a fine line of like staying focused and mindful and not getting too wildly creative. It's fine, but there's a balance between structure and exploration, as long as you're resting between each repetition occasionally. I have a question for you guys. This is my first deep dive. I'm finding that, oh, Sharon, is that your dog on your shoulder? Oh my God, that's adorable. Oh, sweet. I have a question. For me, teaching in this format, like I said, I'm just getting used to. This might only be my 4th virtual event ever. It's very different. My energy level changes, because I'm not there in the physical. So my question is, was this format too long, or did it work for you? Did the 2-hour classes, was that okay? Or would you like a longer class, like an 1.5-hour class, followed by a short break and then a learning laboratory? Do you have any comments about that?
I'd like to say I found it perfect.
Okay.
I really look forward to this weekend, this Saturday, to have this opportunity to move like that. If it was only a half a session, like just a morning, it would be just fine as well. But if you did this every weekend, I'd be there.
Okay, that's good feedback. Thank you. Because it's probably different for me, right? Because I have everything in my mind, and I'm kind of out of breath sometimes, and it's just a different orientation. So
I love the way you can slow yourself down. It slows me down. So I really appreciate that. It reminds me that it's okay to be slow and to take that pause.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the feedback. Good.
A lot of people are putting in the comments that this is perfect in different ways.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Carrie and Diane.
I just wanted to say something, if I may.
Yeah.
I think as a teacher, because I've been teaching virtually for the last year as well, it makes you, in the beginning, you're very vulnerable. You are vulnerable, right? Because you're talking to an empty box. So I think it's great when you do have the interaction of your students. It's fabulous. But James, I have to tell you, and this is what happened today, you still conveyed the energy. You still made the connection with your students, right? It was there moments I was like, oh my God, that was like beautiful. And because you're vulnerable and you spilled your water, like I kicked over my tea, it is what it is, right? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Listen, didn't you get your work done? It's exhausting, but it's great. You're here, right? Like you're around the world. It's magic. I think it's great. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
James,
Yeah.
James, here's your hug.
Hi, James. I just wanted to echo that thought. I've taken a few online yoga classes, and number one, a lot of the times they don't stay on camera, and when you don't know the moves, it's kind of hard to do the moves when they're not showing you. But your heart came through all the way, and that's for me the best.
Oh, thank you, Carrie. Thank you. Mwah. Well, you guys are awesome. I feel energized. Like it's still sunny outside. I'm probably going to go for a walk. I would encourage you all to do the same. Something unstructured, something where you can move your body, put on some music, maybe dance a little bit, or maybe even take a nap. But I'm curious to know if you feel your body in space differently after doing a workshop like this. Like, be really mindful when you're reaching for the object, or you're brushing your teeth, or you're, I don't know, picking up your dog. I'm just curious to know if you feel different in your movements after this more of a deeper embodiment. I'll be teaching this deep dive 4 times a year. So I think the next one is in June, and then 4 months after that, and 4 months after that. And I'll mix up the somatic movement flows so they're different each time. I might throw in a couple of the same just to make sure ones that I think are really important as a whole body experience. But I want to thank you guys again. This has really been a joy. I appreciate your feedback. I'm going to get the chat downloaded so I can look at all the questions.
It's in a Google Doc already.
It's in a Google Doc, of course, Kimberly. Thank you. So thank you, Sharon.
And quick housekeeping for everybody. Just as a reminder, the replay will go out on Monday. The dates for the next 3 deep dives are also in there, although they are subject to change. But you can join the waiting list so you can be notified of the next ones. And that's it. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Okay. All right, you guys, lots of love. Mwah.
Thanks, James.